And I'm live. Hold on, as I just get everything set up. I don't expect a big turnout today, because it's New Year's Eve. And I'm doing something unorthodox today, but I think it'll be fun. I think people will enjoy this. I just have to share it on Twitter, and then I'll be ready to go. Let's just quickly get this put together here. Did I copy? I think it copied. Oh my goodness. Happy New Year, everyone. And what a year it's been. It was the year of 2024. The 20th anniversary of Monster Hunter. It's kind of incredible. So I hope you guys are ready for some horrible takes today. So I am just gonna have it be this. I might play Monster Hunter after I do this, but I've never done this before. So I thought that maybe if I did this, you know, you could hear some like horrible takes from me. Yeah, it's gonna be pretty simple. If I get this wrapped up in like an hour, 2 hours, I'll play some like Monster 3, Monster 4, something, whatever you guys want. But I'm going to basically give my horrible takes and rank these monsters. I have some Pikmin 2 music playing. I hope that that's okay. I hope that suffices. If it gets annoying, I'll swap it out for like Poke Village or something. But you know what, let's just do Poke Village. Yeah, let's just do because Poke Village is like the go-to, right? Where is it? There we go. Now this is the vibe of the stream. Hopefully the volume is good. So, I want to give a proper welcome to everyone who's going to join me or is just going to watch. Again, this is going to be a pretty small stream. I don't expect a lot of people being here. I expect a very low turnout. This isn't my usual content, but because this was 2024, this was the 20th anniversary of Monster Hunter, I wanted to put together just a cute little fun tier list of every single monster. Now, there are some monsters I have never fought, and if I have not fought the monster, then I will put it into its own category. And it'll be two categories. It'll be I've fought it. I mean, I've not fought it, but I think it looks stupid, or I've not fought it, but I think it looks awesome. So that will basically be, and I expect everyone to very much disagree with where I put a lot of these monsters, because a lot of the portable monsters, a lot of the Rise monsters are going to be in the lower tiers. But I don't want to just say like, oh, it's A tier or F tier. I want to like do something special, right? So maybe instead I could do like maybe I write like they mean something to me. Like, these are monsters that are special. I think they are awesome. So then, like, underneath that, like, you know, it's just a cool monster. And then these ones are mid. And the one below, I don't really like this monster. There we go. And then we'll have one for Magnamalo. And then we will have a row below and another row below. And this one will be blue. And this one will be purple. And these last two again are never fought looks cool or never fought looks dumb. Alright, so I feel like there's some pretty good categories here, right? Like they mean something to me, or I think they're awesome, or they suck. And again, we are going to go through every single one. I should ask, should I do small monsters or should I only do large? Why do you hate Magnamalo so much? I actually don't. It's more just a running gag. But it'd be really funny if people join and they're like, you know, I'm already gonna put a Magnamalo there. Might as well, right? Like, yeah, it's more or less a running joke. I don't hate Magnamalo with, like, cause these are, like, this is just a video game monster. Like, who cares, right? Like, I don't... But there are some monsters that really do mean something to me. They are special to me. Do large monster only. Do small ones, please. Maybe I'll do small monsters at the end, depending on how I'm feeling. And we're gonna do it in the order that it's provided here. So, the first one here is King Shakalaka. And I'll be honest, I think King Shakalaka is awesome. I've really, really enjoyed fighting King Shakalaka in 2nd gen. He's a pain to unlock in Monster Hunter 2. I do not recommend it. I think it's just annoying. But in Freedom Unite, he's a lot of fun. So, yeah, I mean, King Shakalaka is awesome. I don't know if there's anything else to really say on that. A lot of this is small monsters here. Okay, so the next large monster is Atalka. Now, Atalka... that was the final boss of Generations Ultimate. What do I think of this monster? Is this monster awesome? Do I have this looping? I do have this looping. Is this monster awesome? I don't know. Like, I like Atalka, but I'm not sure if I was ever, like, blown... No, when the music kicks in. When the music kicks in, yeah, it's pretty good. How are you ranking them, by looks, gameplay, or what? Vibes. I'm ranking them by vibes. It's by vibes. Yeah. While we're here, though, feel free to ask me anything. I'm actually... maybe I should write that in the chat. By the way, ask me anything. Feel free. Tell me I'm wrong. And then I'll pin this. Pin message. There we go. So, the next large monster here is Lytina. Lytina from Online. Lytina looks cool. I've never fought Lytina, so I'm just gonna put... because I've never played Monster Hunter Online. That's just how it be. Who would you hang out with? Yeah, exactly. Like that. It's which monster I would hang out with. It's which ones have the best vibes. Okay, so Celtis Queen and Celtis, I think, are both awesome. They are really incredible. I really like Celtis Queen. I think Desert Celtis is kind of mid, though. And that's just kind of a vibe I... Oh, no. Do I feel that way? I don't know. I haven't fought Desert Celtis in a while. Nah, they're mid. They're mid. They're not really... they're not really special. Is Magnamalo the worst flagship? I think most people say Azure Rathalos is the worst flagship. It's probably Azure Rathalos. It's the worst flagship. I like Azure Rathalos, but if I were to, like, rank them, then yeah, I would definitely put it at the bottom. Next is the Vespoid Queen. I don't hate this monster. I liked it a lot more when I was a kid, but I think as I got older, Celtis Queen has kind of been mid. I have to make sure that I've scrolled up enough. Maybe hold on. Let's just modify this screen a bit, because I don't think there. So it's a little bit more centered, because I think it was being cut off before. But all right, yeah, Celtis Queen's kind of boring. I mean, that's Celtis Queen. Celtis Queen is not boring. Vespoid Queen is boring. Vespoid Queen is definitely boring. Azure is cool, people are mean. Excuse me, sir, where Gammoth? Oh, my Lego Gammoth? Okay, I'm gonna tell you guys right now. I'm gonna turn on the camera. Which one is camera? Is this? Oh, my other camera is on. I don't need the other camera on. Which one's the? There you go. I'm gonna tell you this right now, alright? You see this? All this dark blue? It's for Gammoth. All I have to do is start. But I don't want to, because Gammoth is boring and too big. So... it's the same reason why they won't add Gammoth to the games. Alright, that's enough hot takes, so we're gonna, Nursilla. Nursilla, I think, is one of the best. The subspecies is awesome, but I think Nursilla is absolutely one of the best. Is that a Red Kezu Halloween costume? Oh, on the thing. It was from a IRL LARP video. Like a Monster Hunter IRL LARP video. Which I have shown on stream a couple times. Alright, next is Raknakadaki, which I actually really don't like Raknakadaki. I think Raknakadaki pales in comparison to the other spider monsters that the series has. I'm just gonna be honest. I didn't really like it. I always felt the fight was boring. I don't like its hit zones. And that's about it. No more elaboration. I think Nursilla is most likely to return. Me too. Akura Vashimu. So I did fight Akura Vashimu. And I'll be honest, the fight sucks. But the monster is cool. I'm firm on that. I think that the fight is terrible. And actually, I'll be honest, it's the subspecies. The subspecies is where it actually sucks. I think the only reason why I like regular Akura Vashimu is because it just has a cool design. And it's reminiscent of that early Frontier design, I guess, ethos that, like, it kind of disappeared very quickly. Where it still felt in line with classic Monster Hunter, but it had more fantastical elements to it. I have not fought these variants of Akura Vashimu, but they look dumb, so they're just going into dumb. This monster is from Monster Hunter Online. It's called, I don't know what it's called. Balade? Balado? Or am I just, I don't even know what it is. I don't know what it is. Does it look cool, though? I don't know. Should I even put, like, variants and subspecies in? Probably not, right? Like, because if I don't even know, yeah, maybe I won't. Just because it'll complicate things, right? Yeah, it's just gonna complicate things. So let's just put the regular species in there. Okay. The sub sucks, the OG is epic. They're epic. They're epic? Are they actually epic? Okay, because I've never played Monster Hunter Online. Raw Row? Oh, Raw Row is gonna... Actually, I never fought Raw Row. I think Raw Row looks cool, though. I love the soundtrack of Unknown Black Flying Wyvern. Like, I always thought it was so cool. So, you know, I'll put it up there now. Why not? We're not even there yet, but at the very least, where is it? Here it is. Never fought it. Looks cool. We'll just stick with that. So next is Shogun Centaur, right? So, which one's regular Shogun Centaur? This one, right? The other one's like Sword Master. I don't know. I don't know. I can't tell the difference. Shogun Centaur means something to me. I think Shogun Centaur, along with Daimyo Hermitar, yeah, both of them, I think they're representative of an aspect of Monster Hunter, like that exaggerated ecology, where they are just crabs. Like, there's really nothing crazy about it. They're just giant crabs. But the fact that they have the skulls of the wyverns, I think really kind of, it sort of like represents that naturalistic world of the monsters eating other monsters, monsters depending on other monsters in these symbiotic relations. Like, and the way that they fight is so unique. I think most players that played, like, they grew up with, like, Freedom Unite, like I did, probably have, like, a real love for the original crabs. And I think that's why that they just keep coming back, because they're such great monsters. Really are, especially for early tier. Rust Razor is mid. Same with Stone Fists. They're boring. But I mean, I kind of find that with almost all the variants. Baelidae is the correct spelling. They are crabs. They also use silk and have big claws and have paralysis and poison. Okay. You played Frontier? Wasn't Japan exclusive Shutdown 2019? There are ways. There are ways to play Frontier. There are ways to play Frontier. I really like Terra. I almost kind of like Terra more than regular Shogun. I'm gonna move regular Terra above, and Plum. I like Plum more than regular Daimyo. Yeah. They were so elusive in Freedom Unite. Like, I fought for hundreds of hours against all these different quests and monsters, and you finally get to G rank, and everything is so difficult, but you get to fight these beautiful new colored monsters, and it felt like a reward seeing them. I don't know. To this day, they're very special to me. I don't know what any of these other variants are down here. No idea. So I'm just gonna skip right over them. Next is Shen Gaoren. It's mid. I talked about it in my video where I'm like, which monsters should return, right? Or what, like, not which monsters should return. It's why don't certain monsters return? Why do other monsters return? And it's because Capcom and the design team at Monster Hunter, they prefer to only bring back monsters that would fit the new game, whatever it is. And the philosophy with the big siege monsters is every new siege monster is an evolution of the previous siege monster, right? So Shen Gaoren, in a way, is a better version of Lao Shenlong, because it is more fun to fight, frankly. Shen Gaoren is a better fight than Lao Shenlong, but they're still pretty rough. Because even if I compare it to Gen Moran, I think Gen Moran's a better fight than Shen Gaoren. Darren Moran's a better fight than Shen Gaoren. I am willing to actually say that I think I like Zora Magdaros. Do I like Zora Magdaros more? No, I do. I think I do like Zora Magdaros more than Shen Gaoren. That's just how I'm. That's where I stand. And I hope in Wilds we have a new siege monster that's even better, because they just keep improving the big spectacle siege fight. Alright, this guy. So this is Tycoon Zazami, right? So I have fought Tycoon Zazami. Yeah, they're cool. I think they're cool. I think the reason why Zora Magdaros is above every other siege fight is the fact that you get to fight Nergigante, and that was a real spectacle. I went into Monster Hunter World purposefully, like I didn't spoil myself. I didn't know anything going into World. Because I knew it was going to be Monster Hunter 5, and I had been hyping it up because I was disappointed with Generations Ultimate. So I was like, oh, World is going to be fantastic. I'm not going to watch any trailers. So my first time seeing Nergigante was on the Zora Magdaros fight, and I was like, this is incredible. We've never had something like this in Monster Hunter before. For a spectacle fight, I think it is an achievement. I think it is fun, and that's why I put Zora Magdaros probably above all the other siege fights. Frankly. Next we get into the Fanged beasts. So Arzuros is mid. I'm sorry. I think he's kind of cute at times, but rewatching like the Rise intros, he's just kind of like a goober, and the vibes are just not there for me. Is this a fan-in? Is this a fan-in, or is this from stories? I don't recognize this icon, like, at all. At all. I don't think there's gonna be a wild siege monster. Yeah. There might not be. That's portable third. That's the stories. Yeah, no, there's no way this is the portable third icon. That is not there. There's no way. Next is Bishatun. Bishatun, which I think is awesome. It's one of the few Rise monsters that I really, really love. I think this was a great, great monster. Very fun. Very creative. Again, it's like the crabs. I like how it uses the fruit. The only thing, like, it uses the local environment as part of its attack patterns. The only problem with it is you never actually see where he's picking the fruit. And I think that is just an issue with the design philosophy in Rise, where they were focusing more on, here's a cool fight, here's a cool map. Doesn't really matter if those two things are even connected at all. And that's okay for Rise. I prefer Monster Hunter when those two things are linked, and you get to actually see the monster interacting with the map directly. And if it did, it would have been higher. I probably would have put him higher. Blood Orange is also cool. I like Blood Orange. Blood Orange is cool. I'll put Blood Orange the same. Red Helm. Oh, I forgot about Red Helm. Okay, Red Helm is mid, and I really don't like Apex. I don't like Apex Arzuros. So we'll just do that. Like, Red Helm is fine, but I don't know. Didn't have much of a lasting impact on me. You can tell that I'm definitely more of a mainline than a portable guy, and you'll see it throughout this. No hate on portable. I do play lots of portable. I love Freedom Unite to death. Blangunga is next. I like Blangunga. I do like Blangunga. I have a lot of history of Blangunga. Me and my friends used to call him Vegeta Monkey because my friends they didn't remember Rajang's name. They just knew that there's a Goku monkey. There's a monkey that goes Super Saiyan, and so when I said there was another one that's like a lesser strength Rajang called Blangunga, they called it Vegeta. So it became known as the Vegeta Monkey. Copper is... I don't remember Copper. I really don't remember the fight. Maybe mid. Next is Congalala. Oh, because Flame Blangunga. No, it's not. I just skipped, like, Boldrome. I didn't fight Flame Blangunga. I think he looks dumb, though. Next is Boldrome. Nah. I don't hate Boldrome, but he's not exactly a fun fight. Vegeta, lesser my ass. That's where all the Vegeta fanboys, they pull up and they're like, Jacob, how could you say that? How could you say that? All I'm saying is that one of those two, you know, they won more fights than the other one. I mean, let's be honest. There's the Boldrome variants, which I don't really know anything about. But yes, let's go move on to Congalala. So Congalala, I don't even really want to say Congalala is mid. Honestly, Congalala is in between. I think they're awesome mid. I think he's fine. I think he's really funny. Does he mean something to me? Not really. I feel like I could go a game without Congalala. The ones at the top are definitely ones where it's like, I really wish they were in the next game. I think that's how we could pretty much rank it. It's not just vibes. It's, to me, a good roster includes these monsters. The ones at the top. Should I write Magnamallow Stinky? That'd be funny. Copper Blangunga fight is better than regular and Freebie Knight changed my mind. Congalala is the monster recently known to be in wilds. Yeah. One of those two actually has character development. Oh, Blangunga? Magnamallow is great, okay? Yeah, he's really great. He's such a good monster. Okay, Emerald Congalala I do like a little bit more. Because I like his color scheme. And I think his fight's a little bit more fun. Just a tiny bit more. Yeah. Never fought Gold Congalala. I don't have any reason to hate him, though. Next is Gammoth. Wait, no, I missed, what's his name? The beaver. I've never fought the beaver, but the beaver looks cool. I'm a big Magnamallow fan. He's my GOAT, #1 flagship, but he is flawed. And the funny thing is, like, I'm not even really saying that he's flawed. Just aesthetically, he just does not, like, it just does not compute for me. Like, when the moment I saw Magnamallow, I was like, okay, and I kind of moved on. I was more interested in a lot of the other, like, Fish Hatton, even Somnicanth. I was like, oh, this is a neat little monster that they're revealing for Rise. Magnamallow, I was like, I really don't care. I think also beating him so easily in low rank, like, did nothing to me. It was really, like, I felt nothing. I was like, okay. And, like, the demo doesn't count to me. Like, the demo is, they always make the flagship really hard, and I don't play Monster Hunter for the challenge, so it was like, I don't know. Just didn't vibe with me. Gammoth is next. So, Gammoth, people are gonna hate me. I don't know. I want to see him back to improve. If the mainline team got Magnamallow, give him a bit of a redesign, incorporated him better into a map, or even just made like a weird variant like they did with Crimson Glow of Valstrax. It's like, I don't know, like Mountain Magnamallow or something, and it's totally different design. They could really do something great with Magnamallow. Like, I'm not even against the whole, like, blast thing, or the whole, like, the methane thing. I'm not even against that necessarily, even though I do think it's silly. I think just his design language in general just doesn't speak to me. Anyway, Gammoth, I think, is mid. Like, I'm sorry, I just do. And then, same with Elderfrost, like, I just don't care. Garen Gollum. I don't like Garen Gollum. And why, though? I think it's the same as Magnamallow. I just don't like the design language. It doesn't feel right to me. And I didn't enjoy fighting it. I think I fought it like 1 or 2, maybe 3 times, and like per playthrough. Like, because obviously you have to fight it more than once if you're completing every quest. It's just, I didn't go out of my way to fight this monster more after the first couple times. It just I don't know, it doesn't, I don't think it worked for me. I think because it felt like they just took a gorilla and they just slapped other things onto it, and not in an organic way like they do with a lot of the other monsters. I don't know why something like Congalella works, where it's like a hippo head on an orangutan body. Like, I don't know how that works, but then when I look at Garen Golem, it just doesn't work. Doesn't vibe. So, wasn't a fan. Just joined. What did Magnamallow do? Oh, nothing. He did nothing. Magnamallow's vector thrusting explosion fart is too much. Gammoth's a cool monster, but her fight is just not meant for Monster Hunter. Okay, so my opinion is that Gammoth is a beautiful monster. It really is. I think it's a great design. I think it really works. But I don't think she's meant for Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter stories? Yeah. Yeah, Gammoth is perfect. Even, like, they should just put Gammoth in one of the villages. Maybe, like, there's, like, a traveling granny who's on the back of a, you know, like, a domesticated Gammoth or something. Even though that sounds ridiculous. But, like, that, to me, is charming. That's Monster Hunter. Like, I'd be okay with that. But anything else, I'm not so sure. I just don't really like fighting it. I actually just feel bad fighting it. It doesn't feel like a monster that should be fought, Gammoth. What's next? Gogamoa? Gogamoa? So I did fight Gogamoa. I don't think I like Gogamoa. It's kind of weird. Gotta be a warning for all the people joining for Magna. Oh, maybe I'll just leave it. Gogamoa is cool though. I don't know. Like, it's such a weird monster. I don't like how it shoots, like, webs out of its hand, like Spider-Man. Gossarog. Oh. Okay, this is like Congalella. Gossarog is like... It's in between awesome and mid, right? Like, I think Gossarog is a monster that if the mainline team got it, it would be awesome. As it stands, it's only been in one game. I don't think we've seen its full potential. I think a subspecies for Gossarog would be great. But we haven't gotten there yet, so I don't know yet. I have not fought these two. They look kind of dumb. They're like they're named like Lolo and Coco or something. They're like two Rajang variants that use magnetism. It's a little bit silly. I don't know if I would enjoy that. Maybe one day I'll fight. Quetzalcoatl's awesome. Ash Quetzalcoatl is mid. I don't really need to elaborate on that, right? Like, Quetzalcoatl's cool. Really like Quetzalcoatl. Lagombi sucks. Yeah. Lolo and Ray, that's what it is. Lolo and Coco, is that what it said? Sonic and Knuckles. Oh, that's all. Yeah, that's one way of looking at it. I like Sonic and Knuckles. Snow Baron. Snow Baron's just like... Lagombi over Magnamallow is wild. No, it's just because Magnamallow's stinky. He needs to be in his own tier. What if I put Magnamallow stinky, like, closer to the top? Would that really confuse people? Maybe I'll put it above that. No, because then people would be like, what do you mean Rakna is... Well, actually, I think a lot of people would probably agree that Rakna is worse than Magnamallow. Okay, we'll keep him here. I mostly have him here because I have a love-hate relationship with him, and it is definitely, like, a joke. I would rather just not think about Magnamallow, but I don't hate him. It's the rest of the other Garons, so... The Garons, I actually don't like them. When I fought the Garons, and I haven't fought mid Ogaron, but I know mid Ogaron's gonna be definitely mid and dumb. I didn't like the Garons. I think that Odogaron and Lunagaron are a better evolution of the Garons. It was cool that, you know, Frontier introduced the Garons, but their sound effect is a TIE fighter. Like, they just, like, when they roar, it's the sound of a TIE fighter. It's kind of weird. I'd rather be stinky than mid. Exactly. Put it rock bottom. Yeah, Odogaron and Lunagaron, I think, are a much better evolution of the original Garons. I think the original Garons were of a time, and I don't really like them. Palamutes, which are not large monsters. Next is Rajang, and Rajang is an important monster to me. I think Rajang is a monster that has always kind of been a test of skill. I think it has a fantastic musical theme. I think it is well designed. It's basically a minotaur. I like how Monster Hunter will go from realistic animals to realistic animals with fantastical properties to pure mythological animals and the evolution into that. I think Rajang is a great endgame monster. It really should be in every game, I think, just as an endgame challenge, and it gives really great equipment. And it's like a surprising fight. I think that's why it really stuck with people in World, because players were expecting the next big Elder Dragon, and instead there's this monkey, and they're like, what? Why is there a monkey? And they realize, oh, this is not a monkey, this is a minotaur. This is like Greek legend. And then it shoots lightning because it also goes Super Saiyan. Furious Rajang, I think, is kind of dumb. And I don't know, like, I don't need Super Saiyan 2 Rajang. I think that the original Rajang swapping from his normal form to the enraged form is a neat gimmick. And in Furious Rajang in Sunbreak was kind of just annoying. I don't know, I didn't enjoy that fight very much. What is this monster? This is from online. I don't recognize it. I don't know. I don't remember what the Slice Margle. You've never seen Rajang as a Minotaur? Bro, have you ever looked at a Minotaur? What? Okay, why is there AI generated images? This sucks. Why is there AI generated images? Oh, doesn't even prove my point. But anyway, if you look at the Rajang, right? Rajang. So it has the back legs is a bull. Even I don't even have to say this. They said it in the design book. The design book, they literally said it's supposed to be a Minotaur. Whatever, we're moving on. Santa Volvidon. Volvidon sucks. He's going in mid. Santa Volvidon is awesome, though. No, I've never fought Santa Volvidon, but he does look cool. Next is Dodogama. I don't know. Dodogama feels like they needed to fill in a spot. I don't know. You forgot Volajang? I did forget Volajang. I have not fought Volajang. I don't think I've even seen gameplay. I don't know if I necessarily think this monster is stupid. Vibes are down, but maybe the fight is fun. I'm gonna say that. Vibes are down, maybe the fight is fun. So. Great Gyros. Great Gyros is cool. For a new Fanged beast, Fanged wyvern, oh my goodness. Great Gyros is fun. Interesting. I think that they could, if they brought him back in a different environment, I think they could do something really cool with him. Great Jagras is okay. Again, this is not like a low mid, this is more of a high mid. Like, Great Jagras is a fun punching bag. I think that Chatacabra is maybe a better punching bag. Great Jaggy is a better punching bag. Jagras is not the best punching bag that the franchise has introduced a player to with. Lunagaron and Odogaron are both awesome. These are awesome monsters. They are so cool. I was very happy with Odogaron. Lunagaron is definitely lower than Odogaron. I really turned around on Lunagaron. I thought Lunagaron was gonna be stinky, smelly, like Magnamalo, but he has so much character, and it's another one of those things where if they was brought to a mainline title, they would do so much to make his ecology really blend in with the map that he's in. I think that they would really do justice to this fantastic design. Yeah, they're incredible. Incredible monster. Ebony. No, Ebony's cool. Ebony Odogaron is cool. Alright, let's swap this music. Let's do Port Tanzia. Port Tanzia extended. Here we go. There we go. Hopefully that volume isn't too loud. He's just edgy. Yeah, he's just edgy. Tobi Kadachi. Do I like Tobi Kadachi? I like Viper a little bit more. I like Viper Tobi Kadachi a little bit more. I kind of hoped that Viper Tobi Kadachi would come back in Sunbreak. Actually, just in Rise. Because I really liked Viper Tobi Kadachi. I think that regular Tobi Kadachi, I don't need another Thunder monster. I don't want Tobi Kadachi to return simply because a lot of my favorite monsters are Thunder monsters, and I want to make sure that my favorite Thunder monsters are able to return in every new game. And so every time they introduce a Thunder monster that's alright, I'm like, don't come back. Don't come back, because I need to make sure the Gaiacris comes back, and Kieran, and Rajang, and now Ray Dow. Ray Dow is another one where it's like, okay, that is a fantastic Thunder monster. Can we have him instead of Tobi Kadachi, please? That's my thought on that. Oh, Zynogur. Zynogur is another one, because he's next. Zynogur is awesome, but I'm going to put Stygian Zynogur up top. And I don't know, he's like Shadow the Hedgehog. I like Stygian Zynogur the same reason I like Shadow the Hedgehog. Like, it's not that deep, he's just cool. I like the way he looks. Regular Zynogur is fun. It's a pretty cool monster. It is not that different from Magnamalo, but for some reason Zynogur works for me where Magnamalo doesn't. But I'll be honest, like, they're really no different. Like, it's very hypocritical of me to say I like Zynogur but I don't like Magnamalo. I can't explain it. Maybe because Zinogur's from my childhood. There's that, you know, nostalgia bias. I'm not sure. Where would you put the Wilds monster? Oh no, the Wilds monsters, I've put the Wilds monsters on this list. They're at the bottom. I'm gonna put them on way at the end, but they are definitely on this list. We're making great progress, by the way. The most overrated monster, Zynogur. Most overrated. With the 4U, Stygian has like 4 unique fight AIs. That's cool. Great monster, not first place worthy. Literally the most popular monster. Magnabel crying right now. Next. Oh, Thunderlord Zynogur. I don't... Okay, I think I just don't like the deviants. I think that's just how it be. And then Apex Zynogur is the exact same thing. Where actually, I think it's worse. Because Apex Zynogur should have just been Thunderlord Zynogur. The reason why I don't like the Apex monsters in Rise is because they should have just been the deviants. The fact that they aren't the deviants frustrates me. I get it, there's like a lore reason, they could have just made it the deviants and say the same lore reason, right? Like, you could have just adjusted the lore reason and say, okay, it's a deviant, but it's a deviant not because of a hunter, but because of the rampage. That's all you had to do. And I don't know. The Apexes feel like bootlegs, and the deviants feel like over-exaggerated, like, we gotta make it cool for the sake of being cool. And so when you have a bootleg of something that's cool for the sake of being cool, of something that was already cool, it's like too many mutations to a point where I'm just like, I don't care anymore. I really don't care anymore. Never fought any of the other Zinogres. I know Howling Zinogre is crazy. I like its design. I do like Howling Zinogre's design. It's a little bit over-designed, but I think if they were to dial it back, it could be a great rare species for Zinogre. Next is Actisom. We're in bird wyverns now. Actisom. This is another high mid. Like, I don't hate Actisom. I think Actisom's cool, but there's just other bird wyverns I like a lot more. So, yeah, not gonna put that very high. This guy, I've not fought this guy. I think he looks cool. It's the Egyptian themed bird wyvern from Monster Hunter Explorer. Again, never fought him. I think he looks cool though. Next is Great Baggy. I think Great Baggy is an awesome monster. We're just don't need to really elaborate on that. What's next? There's a lot here. This guy, Caramine. Is that what it's called? Caramine. Never fought it. Doesn't look horrible. Dumb it back, dial it down. Yankutku exists. I love Yankutku. I really, really love Yankutku. You can scare all the GU players by putting all the deviant... playing the deviant theme for 10 seconds. Oh, these guys. I think I'd probably enjoy that one. I fought this thing briefly. It wasn't a true fight. I do think this thing looks dumb. I think it looks ugly. Late Frontier design principles, it just, does not speak to me at all. Next is Gendrome. Gendrome is mid. Gaiadrome. Do I hate Gaia? I don't really like Gaiadrome. It's just another like unnecessary reskin. I kind of like Gypceros. Gypceros is a fun monster. I like how he plays dead. Yeah, I like Gypceros. That's the old gen player nostalgia in me. You'll notice a lot of the older monsters are gonna be at the top. I do have two. I've got three. I've got 3 Rise monsters, and awesome. So don't call me a Rise hater. It's not true. Purple Gypceros is fine. Hypno. Hypno is a special monster to me. I really like Hypnocatrice. Really, really do. This is another example of them just having a very cheap sound direction. Like, Hypnocatrice's sound effects are just the Velociraptor from Jurassic Park. They just rip them. But there's something endearing about that. I don't know, the TIE Fighter and the Garons feels weird. Oh, it's alphabetical? This is alphabetical, but it's also categorized by the monster type. I missed all the bugs. I love the bugs. Well, I can give you a quick recap. I put Nerscylla at the top. Actually, no, I'm gonna save the Wilds monsters till the very end, because it's, you know, we're moving into 2025, the year of Wilds, but it's still 2024, the year of 20th anniversary of Monster Hunter. So breeding season Hypnocatrice is cool. I did fight Silver Hypnocatrice. I guess he's cool. And I obviously have never fought Gold Hypnocatrace, but I think it's probably fun to fight. I really like Hypnocatrace. I think that's a great bird wyvern. I think he's a great introduction to higher ranks because he's a bird wyvern, so he's an easier monster, but he puts you to sleep. I feel like sleep is a ailment that is possible to miss because it's not often used in a lot of Monster Hunter games. Like even in World, like the first time you encounter sleep, is it not with other than the sleep toads? I'm pretty sure it's Uragan, right? And like no other monster has sleep. So yeah. Iodrome mid. The Great Izuchi is also mid. I don't like the Great Izuchi. Oh, Radobon. I'm so silly. Radobon. Radobon gives sleep as well. Radobon's cool. What's another game that like lacks sleep monsters? Because like Monster Hunter 1 and 2, you don't encounter a sleep monster until Gravios, right? Yeah. Great Jaggy is a monster that means something to me. Great Jaggy was my first large monster I ever fought, so obviously he's going to have a special place in my heart. Is he a great fight? Not really. He's a punching bag. But I think that his design language is really great. Like, I knew a lot about dinosaurs. That's part of the reason why I got into Monster Hunter. When I saw Great Jaggy, I was like, hey, I could believe that maybe that was a real dinosaur. And I think it was the combination of its fur, the patterns on it, the funny frills that really were for nothing other than display. It was literally just to make them look bigger. It wasn't... It felt right to me. And I understand that, like, nowadays, with a lot of more stuff that's come out regarding prehistoric dinosaurs, Great Jaggy really doesn't match any of that, but it's a lot better than Velociprey. I don't know. It to me that was what hooked me on Monster Hunter was that. Kulu Yaku I do think is cool, and I like Kulu Yaku because Kulu Yaku reminds me of my pigeon that I used to own. Because Kulu Yaku literally makes like cooing noises. It's very cute. I never really liked hunting Kulu Yaku. I feel like Kulu Yaku is another monster that really, it's like Gammoth. Like, we don't need to fight this thing. Does Bazarios do sleep? The thing about Bazarios is that he was kind of like a bonus monster in Monster Hunter 1. Like, and unlocking Bazarios in Monster Hunter 1 was like this whole elaborate thing. So it is possible to encounter Gravios before Bazarios in Monster Hunter 1. Great Macau is cool. Great Macau is cool. Yeah, I like Great Macau. Yeah. The color scheme's a little bit meh. But first instinct, first thought, yeah, no, I like Great Macau. Great Macau's cool. Have I missed any here? No, because those are all like the crazy hardcore variants. I'm not even gonna bother. Malfestio. I don't like Malfestio. Bazarios only does poison in 1G. Well, there you go. So Bazarios doesn't even do sleep. I don't like Malfestio. And that's part of the reason why I should say I don't really like it, because I think it's mid. I don't hate this monster. If it was the one below, that would mean that I really don't like this monster. But I haven't built it out of Lego. Usually that means I'm not really excited to build it out of Lego. Its variant is same category. Puke. I don't know. I think Gypceros is the better poison bird wyvern. Yep, Gypceros is the better poison bird wyvern. Coral Puke Puke, I'll put above. I liked Coral Puke Puke. I liked it more than regular Puke Puke. Like, I would love a game with Gypceros and Coral Puke Puke, no regular Puke Puke. There's a lot of subspecies that really, I think, should just replace the regular monster. Coral Puke Puke is an example of that. Viper Tobikadachi is another one. I would even be okay with Ebony Odogaron coming back and there not being a regular Odogaron. That would be awesome. Kirpeko is awesome. Kirpeko is great. What a great monster. Crimson is lame. Crimson is mid. Kirpeko is... everyone knows it. If any of the 3rd gen games, if you played them, you know it. Calls the Devil Joe. And it's an experience like no other, especially if you're playing with someone who's never fought the Devil Joe before. It's their first time in high rank, and suddenly this thing appears, and they're freaking out. It's a great experience. It's so memorable. So memorable. Owl is good. I knew people would be upset with me putting Mephisto down in mid, but I don't know. I'm just... again, this is more vibes, right? Oh, I don't like Zitsuyaku. I did not like Zitsuyaku. Man, Zitsuyaku sucks. What is this one? This is from Frontier. I don't really like its design, so unfortunately, I'm putting it here. He's lame. Filler. Tora de Cleas. I don't really like its design. I don't know. It's that late Frontier design ethos that I'm just like, what are you doing? It's like come on, guys. Velociprey is... no. I think by principle I have to put Velociprey down here. I'm meant to sort this, I think. I'll sort it after. I'm gonna sort it by, like, when the monster is introduced, so that it looks nicer. Great Rogi, also kind of just mid. Like, I don't really care for Great Rogi. The only 2 Raptor Bird Wyverns that... no, the only 4 Raptor Bird Wyverns that really mean anything to me are Great Jaggy, Great Baggy, Great Macau, and the Kuliyaku. Those 4 are great. We don't need any others. There's been too many over the series. They keep adding new ones. You don't need to add another one. You don't need to add, like, a Great Boggy. Thank goodness they didn't. Yeah, they had, like, only a few months per monster to give them a break, man. That's fair. That is fair. But doesn't... in the end, I mean, it doesn't make a difference. If the design kind of sucks, the design kind of sucks. Yangaruga... I do like Yangaruga. The monster. Let me clarify. I like the monster, Yangaruga. Let's... Scarred Yangaruga. It's the exact same monster. I don't know why they separated the 2. Like, I get it. But the wiki is so confusing now. Alma. Hi, Alma. Hi, Jacob. I hate Yangaruga. So I do, you know, we're halfway through this. I see that we have 47 people in chat. I want to thank you all for being here. I know it's New Year's. You're probably all going to be up to partying tonight. I'm probably going to be hanging out with some of my friends. We're going to be playing the Bionicle board game. The Bionicle board game is so awesome. So it's going to be a busy night tonight, but I want to thank you guys all for being here. We're going to keep going, but it really means everything to have you guys be here for the ongoing support. Me being able to do the Monster Hunter stuff. I just released the instructions for Shaguru Magala, which I don't know if the people on here have seen it yet, but I want to just really quickly just shill that because I can. Shaguru Magala, let's just throw him onto the screen. Come on. Come on. Shaguru Magala. So I just finished this one. and I'm really proud of it. It was released alongside a new version of Gore Magala. No, that's not. Which image is this? Oh, it's this one. And the ongoing support is great. I have been working on a Jarakan from Monster Wilds. I have more Lego monsters on the way. A Cantory Canlos. Nibble Snarf is next. So, thank you for the continued support. Alright. What are we doing next? So we just did Yangaruga. Deadeye Yangaruga is mid. And we swiftly move on to Yankaku. So, Yankaku, I do like Yankaku a lot. I also really like Blue Yankaku. And I like it. I just like the color scheme, I think. It's basically the same monster. And if the color scheme is nice, same monster, I'm okay with that. I'm okay with a color swap where nothing changes. I know there's like a little moveset changes, especially in 4U, but you rarely ever fight Blue Yankaku in 4U. Abiorogu? Is that how you say it? Abiorogu is awesome. This is an awesome fight. Does it mean something to me though? Oh, that's tough. I really like this monster. This is one of my favorite Frontier monsters. Dead serious. I also really like fighting in Iceborne, that in the mod. That was really fun. I have not fought the variant, but I have to assume it's also very fun. Anjanath is a great monster. I really like Anjanath. The subspecies, not so much. I feel like the subspecies are a little bit mid. I don't hate it. Really love base species Anjanath. I love the color scheme. I didn't really like its nose and its sails on its back. I think that those are unnecessary. It could have just stuck to the regular design. Actually, the nose is fine. I think it's mostly the pop-up little sails on its back. I don't think they're necessary, but it doesn't drag down the design because I think the monster really works for me. He looks like Glavenus and Deviljho hybrid. He kind of is. Didn't know you liked Nursilla that much. Oh yes, I do. Nursilla. By the way, I still have to like reorder this. But if it's in that category, there's no real like ranking within that own category. I'm not saying Nursilla is better than everything else in this. I kind of like all these equally. At the very top. Banbaro is mid. He kind of just, I don't know, forgettable. And he's forgettable, but at the same time, he doesn't want to be forgotten, so he's constantly showing up on quests, and it's like, what are you doing here, man? Like, just go away. Like, that's... He's like that guy who shows up at the party that no one really gets along with well because he's kind of a problem. But he just keeps showing up at the party, and you're like, we didn't invite you, bro. And you're causing problems. That's Banbaro. Baroth. I like Baroth. Baroth is nice. Baroth is a great brute wyvern. I don't really vibe with Jade. I think Jade is a little bit mid. But I'd be okay with Jade Baroth coming back and regular Baroth not coming back. That would be something I am okay with. I died of laughter when I found Banbaro in the Rotten Vale. Mud boy. Baroth peaked in Try, then he had a jaggy turn. I agree with that. I do agree with that. I like Banbaro until he plows through the entire hunt with a log and you're not even hunting him. Exactly. It's like, what are you doing here? The thing is like, when Deviljho shows up, it's awesome. And it really feels like, oh, the tides have turned. When Banbaro shows up, it's like, buddy. Oh, buddy, just go away. Like, no one invited you. I don't know. Different vibe, right? Brachydios. I do like Brachydios. I do think he's a stupid monster in design. But man, is he so much fun. He's so cool. And his theme song is one of my favorite. Like, absolutely. His theme song is one of my favorite Monster theme songs. Like, the original. I don't really like the Iceborne version. The original feels so good. Yeah, it just It's great. It's great monster. Raging Brachydios is fine. I don't really think any which way about it. Deviljho's cool. Yeah, Deviljho's cool. Savage Deviljho. I already talked about Deviljho twice already. Savage Deviljho is fine. It's a lot like Furious Rajang or Raging Brachydios. Like, I don't need the bigger variants. The base species is fine, you know. My cat just meowed at me. Hi. My cat's on the table in the room, and she's just like rolling around, like looking at me like, come pet me, come pet me. Raging Slander is crazy. Raging Brachydio is top tier. And I get that. Like, some people, like, they love that spectacle. I just like the base form. I like the base form of a lot of monsters, with some exceptions, like I said, like Coral Puke Puke, I think is great. Viper Tobikadachi, I think is great. Emerald Congalella, also great. So there's a bunch of Deviljho variants I'm not even gonna touch. This guy, this is from online. It's like the weird wyvern. What is it? It's like the mystery wyvern or something. It has like a funny name. The foreign wyvern, disaster wyvern. That's what it is. It looks interesting. I don't think I hate it. Maybe I would have to fight it. Duramboros is awesome. Duramboros is a fun fight. I don't think that Duramboros fits at all with Monster. I think it's a lot like Gammoth, where it's just too slow. It eats wood. Like, who cares? Why are we hunting this thing? This thing is not a nuisance at all. But I really like its design. I think the design language is great. There's subspecies though, and that's Rust. And Rust Duramboros kind of sucks. It's going into mid. And then Glavenus, which Glavenus is a top tier monster for me. I love Glavenus. I thought I would hate Glavenus. I went into Generations like, oh, this monster is lame. I went into Generations because it was first known as Monster X, right? It was Monster Cross in when we first heard about it, and it took over a year for it to come out in the West. And when I saw Glavenus, saw Aslo, saw Gammoth, Mizitsune was the one where I was like, I like Mizitsune. Let's have... Mizitsune was my favorite. But then I played the game, and honestly, Glavenus is above Mizitsune after actually fighting them. It was crazy how much of a turn that was. And part of that was fighting the Glavenus Deviant. I really enjoyed fighting the Glavenus Deviant. Hellblade. And because of that, Hellblade is probably going to be put above the other Deviants as a Deviant I actually think is cool. Acidic Glavenus is also cool. So, put them both up there. GU Glavenus is a peak fight. It's really, really fun. Really enjoyed that one. Oh, I missed this monster here. What is this? Is the Poison Brute Wyvern, which I think looks silly. No, wait, no, this is the icon. Yeah, this is the icon for it. This is one of its variants. It does look silly. I don't know. World did Glavenus dirty. I agree to that. It did do it dirty. Though I don't hate the music for Glavenus and Iceborne. I actually prefer the music for Glavenus and Iceborne, which is a real hot take. Most people do not like the Glavenus music in Iceborne. They prefer the original. Okay, this is a high mid, alright? I don't hate Radobon. I think Radobon's a great monster. Same with Uragan. But there are little things that definitely bring it down. But I don't hate these monsters. I think that they are great monsters. They got great designs. Which one's Steel? This is Steel Uragan. I think they've got great designs, great color schemes. I built Uragan out of Lego, and I think it's one of my absolute best. I think it's a great look. Not the best fight. And that's why it's down in mid. Hell is the blue-gray Bracky. This one? I think it's the Ice Blast Brachydios, which who knows how that works. Do you like how there's like 17 different Uragan variants, including 2 different Watermelon Uragan variants? Crystal Beard is mid. Yeah. Don't care for it. Cantor. It's an all-time favorite. We're in Flying Wyverns now. I better put all 4 Uragan Explorer variants on the top. A Cantor is an absolute all-time favorite. In fact, he's in my top 5. In fact, he's probably in my top 3. A Cantor. Right after Legiacris and Kieran. Like, he's so cool. I'm putting him in the front. Past like Cantor is an amazing final boss monster. He's very simple. I think that's what makes him appealing to me. I do prefer more simple monsters in general, but the spectacle is also great. The sound effects are really great. He feels like you're really fighting a kaiju. You know, when you fight Lao Shenlong, he's kind of just like walking around. When you fight a Cantor, it's like, okay, no, this is actually fighting Godzilla. Like, this is actually fighting, like, something that could destroy an entire town, and it wants to. Let's do the Dondorma theme. Where is it here? Oh, no. Go back. Okay. So I love a Cantor. This guy is from Frontier. I really love this guy's design. Really, really like this guy's design. I've been wanting to build this guy out of Lego, and I don't know how to say his name. Anora Peticio. Means something. You hate a Cantor? I'm reading these. I hate a Cantor. Really? That's fine. On Oru Tisu. Yeah, I think it's just a great design. It feels like it reminds me a lot of Plesioth. I don't know, just a cool design. Astalos is mid. The reason why Astalos is mid is the fact that, and I talked about this in my video talking about Astalos in my Lego build, because I think I did do a video on, pretty sure I did. But to me, Astalos should have been a bug monster, or it should have been a full-blown Flying Wyvern. But the moment you go full-blown Flying Wyvern, you have Raidao, and Raidao is a better monster than Astalos. That's just how it would be. Astalos feels like a monster that they had an idea for, where they're like, oh, let's make like a bug thunder monster in line with the thunder bugs. That's a great idea. But somewhere in development, they're like, oh, it has to be a flying wyvern because it's supposed to represent Gen 1 and be a rival to Rathalos. And it's like, it should have just stayed a bug. Should have just stayed a bug. Oh. I don't think you guys are ready for where this is going. I don't like Barioth. I don't like Barioth at all. I think Barioth sucks. And I don't want to elaborate. We're just gonna move on. I think I liked Barioth once. There was one time in my life that I liked Barioth, and that was when I first played Monster Hunter 3. Then I played Freedom Unite, and I suddenly realized I don't like Barioth anymore. And it's been like that ever since. There are much better ice flying wyverns. That one from Frontier, this blue one, that's already a better ice flying wyvern. Actually, I think it's technically a water flying wyvern, but still. Ice locale flying wyvern. Legiana is a better ice locale flying wyvern. Bazarios is cute. I like Bazarios. He's going up there. Ruby is mid, though. It's fine. Bazarios is cute. I really like Bazarios. It's a monster that I would love to see return. Basilgeist is awesome. Basilgeist was a surprise. That was, again, like Nergigante. I went in not knowing anything. I think Basilgeist wasn't advertised at all, right? It was a complete surprise even for the fandom. You forgot Bolt Reaver? Oh. I forgot Bolt Reaver. I should probably quickly throw Bolt Reaver. He's mid. Bolt Reaver is a little bit more colorful, and that's cool. I think that the blue lightning helps separate him a bit. No, the green lightning was already kind of separating him. I don't know. Basilgeist, though. Basilgeist the shit, right? Like, Basilgeist is great. Great invader monster. Seething Basilgeist is the exact same as the other variant monsters like Raging, Furious, or Savage. I don't care. I don't need another upgraded variant of a monster that was already kind of cool. I like the original. I didn't like this monster. This was a monster from Frontier. I liked this monster when I was a kid. And then I fought it for the first time and I felt I just don't like it. And it's the same thing with the Garons. Like, I thought the Garons were cool until I fought this thing. I will say its subspecies is slightly above. Oh, where'd it go? Did I just lose it? There it is. The subspecies is slightly above. Slightly. Bedu. Bezarios above Barioth is Monster Hunter Wild. It's because I like Gravios, and so Bezarios is like the cute baby Gravios. You're gonna hate where I put Gravios, though. Yeah, I like the subspecies. Dorag. Why is he only in the Elder's Recess? Oh, Seething? I don't know. I like that he shows up in other maps in Rise, though. This guy. I don't know. I'm just gonna move right past that. Diablos. Okay, so Apex Diablos, same with the other Apexes. Like, come on. It feels like a bootleg. Bloodbath Diablos, same as the other Deviants. Like, it's cool, okay. But I don't necessarily... It's not going to go up in my awesome list. But Diablos itself... Diablos is cool. Black Diablos is also cool. Yeah. Yeah, Black Diablos is also cool. But there's another... Is there another variant? Oh, right. It's the Fire Diablos. It's kind of silly looking. Garons actually feel too close to normal Earth Wolves for me. They feel like actually weird. They feel like aliens looked at Earth Wolves and then tried to reinterpret them into... Like, they tried to recreate them from scratch. It just didn't get it right. The way that, like, the spikes on their back just look weird. Enter to see Diablos being put above Bloodbath. Stream title checks out. Yep. Yeah, you know, you came, this is what you came for. Okay, this guy I called the Joker Tigrex. It's that, like, fox wyvern from Frontier. And I do think it's dumb. I think it's dumb. I call it the Joker Tigrex. Joker Tigrex. Did not enjoy it. And I did fight it. I just didn't enjoy it. I just felt like this is Tigrex, but, like, weird. I don't even remember its name. The Frontier fans will be able to correct me. That's not Miru. It's the thing that Miru is based on. Diablos is cool because it makes sense for a prey herbivore like it to be heavily armored and large, unlike all the other large armored predators across the series. Yeah. What is next? Next is Miru. Yeah, the next one is Miru, and I have not fought Miru, but I do think Miru looks dumb. If I don't like the original, I'm probably not going to like the variant. But we are moving on to a favorite of mine, Spines. Spines is fantastic, wonderful. Brown Spines is cool, and then the white Spines is mid, but the base form, great monster. I love how it does poison, paralysis, fire, all together. Ooh, such a potent combination. And then I just like how it's sort of, it really does feel like a recycled, like it takes elements of all the other flying wyverns from Monster 1 and sort of merges them together into something new and creative. I don't know, I did enjoy that fight in both Frontier and Sunbreak a lot. And the music is fantastic. Love that music. He has a lot of good character too. Sleepy Boy, exactly. White Spines has a nice color palette. I will agree there. It does have a nice... It does... Bro does not like Frontier pseudo wyverns. I really don't. Is that Paria Puria? I like Paria Puria. I'll probably put Paria Puria a little bit higher. This thing from Frontier looks stupid. Next is Giganox. Giganox is awesome. I almost put it at the very top, but I think Giganox is just awesome. I think that Giganox deserves a return, and it deserves a second chance. Kezu really is taken in, like, Kezu always outclasses Giganox in the rankings, and I get why. It's because Kezu is a more popular monster. People find Kezu funny. His gimmick of having no sound effects, no music, is funny. Giganox is a better monster. It just is. Its subspecies kind of blows, though. I do not like its subspecies at all. So it's going all the way down there. Next is Gravios, who I really like Gravios. Gravios is one of my absolute top favorite monsters. That is a monster I need back. Like, I want Gravios back so bad. I know that there's a lower chance because he's a large monster and he's slow, and Monster Hunter is moving in more of a fast territory. They're focusing more on faster monsters that use their arms. But Gravios is a really important monster to me. Black Gravios stinks. The flip-flop, right? This guy is the origin species Gravios. I have not fought him. He looks kind of dumb. I think Kezu is dumb. I take it there will be a new tier at the top for Royal Luderoth? Maybe. I think Kezu is dumb. I don't hate Kezu. I just think Giganox is better. I need to get attacked by a swarm of Giggies in a big nest full of eggs and wilds. Please, Capcom. I agree. Got on Giganox first time in 3U on a tiny 3DS screen. You can also get it on Wii U. Kezu fits a scary cave monster look. I can agree there. I think Giganox is a little bit more comical in design, but it's still kind of unsettling, I guess. Veggie Straw Gravios. That's a good way of describing him. I think we'll never see Gravios again, which is sad because he is such a classic. Yeah, I really like Gravios. Gurren. Gurren is awesome. This is a frontier monster that is near the top. I think this is a great monster. Really like its design. It's a nice water flying wyvern. It fits the Highlands really well. Love its battle theme. Well, just the Highlands battle theme. And it fits in alongside a lot of the other flying wyverns. I like the design language there. What's next? This guy I have not fought. It looks dumb. Kezu! So Kezu is awesome. Kezu is awesome. Red Kezu is kind of mid. I don't like I don't like Red Kezu because it tricked me. I thought that Red Kezu's weaknesses were the exact same as regular Kezu, and every time I would go to fight Red Kezu, I'd bring a fire weapon, not realizing it does nothing to him. And because he trolled me, I hate Red Kezu now. Sucks. Sorry, just joined. What order are you doing these in? I don't know, by vibes. Do you mean like in what order am I doing? Like, cause I'm just going down this list and I'm doing it whatever list that they're doing. So right now we're in Flying Wyverns, but I kind of have a thing here where it's like the ones at the top are ones that it's by vibes. Like there's no real rank to this. Like I'm not saying that like, oh, these are the better fights or these are the better designs. It's just overall, what's the vibe for me, Jacob? There's not a single mainline water flying wyvern. Yeah, and that's why I really like Gurren. Gurren is awesome. Plesioth technically is not a flying wyvern, but he uses the skeleton. Legiana. I do like Legiana. I do like Legiana. I like Legiana a lot more than Barioth. I mean, I don't like Barioth. Way down here. Is it Shrieking Legiana? Shrieking Legiana is... No. Enough time has passed. I think it's okay for me to say that Shrieking Legiana... Like, I would think that, like, a pack of Legiana would be fun. But I think I just don't like Shrieking Legiana. Like, I'd be okay fighting two Legiana at the same time, but Legiana and Shrieking Legiana is not fun. Did not enjoy it. I dealt with it. I didn't complain, like some people do. Monoblos is going at the very, very top. I think Monoblos just does what Diablos does, but a little bit better. I think that the mysterious nature of Monoblos is very intriguing. I think its white variant resembles that of a unicorn, and I like unicorns, so that's I also really like. Really like. Monoblos. Brave should be in the this one is special as it means something to me tier. Used to not care for Leggy, but after seeing them stand like a parrot, I've changed my mind. It's sick. It is cool. When Plesioth gains the ability of flight, then it'll be the end of the universe. The drilling also makes sense of Monoblos' single horn. Yeah. You really make pack hunters a thing of wilds. Now they have a tech for it. Not all hunts have to be large monsters. Yeah. Monoblos is also the monster that started monster hunting. Is that true in the lore? I don't really know much about lore because I don't subscribe to Monster Hunter lore at all. Like, I literally do not care about Monster Hunter lore because half the time it's just completely retconned and discredited by its own series. Nope. Nargacuga. I don't like this stories icon for Nargacuga. I love Nargacuga. Nargacuga is in my top 20. In my top 10. Love Nargacuga. I think that's a great monster. What I like about Nargacuga is he's reliable. He's old reliable. You can always go when he appears in a game. You're like, oh, he fights exactly the same way. Every single time. Sorry, some bacon was just put into my mouth. Green Nargacuga was just... I like Nargacuga, but Green Nargacuga was just a bad color choice. That's the reason why no one wants it back. It's not a bad monster. I think it's great. It's fun. But it's just a bad color choice. And because people see green and they're like, this looks gross. And they just discredit it. I don't even really think it's a bad necessarily color choice. I think it could be done well. Right, even like the mod for World that adds Green Nargacuga. I think that looks really, really great. I think it was in 3rd gen. The color options that they went with just didn't look good at all. Green Nargacuga is mid. Okay, you guys are not going to like this. I think Lucent Nargacuga is also mid. And that's because I don't think Nargacuga needs any other supernatural things. I think Nargacuga should just be a simple monster that just attacks with his wing blades, and he hides in the shadows, and he's just a cute little guy. He doesn't need to turn invisible, doesn't need to have poison, doesn't need any of that. Doesn't need this. I don't hate it. Like, I definitely don't hate it. It's just it's the same thing. Like, I don't need Raging Brachydios. I like the base form. I like what they did with the base form. Sometimes you don't need to expand on something that's already perfect, you know? Silverwind. I'm gonna put Silverwind in the same category. It was okay. In fact, I think I like Silverwind more than Lucent. I'll be honest. I like Silverwind more than Lucent. I don't know what this one is. I know this is Blinking Nargacuga, which I did do a Lego build for. I don't know what the blue one is here. This guy. I didn't fight this guy, but I feel like I would enjoy this guy. This is the giant, a Cantor-esque monster from Frontier. Don't remember the name, because they're all in Japanese and they're difficult to remember. Paolumu, I think, is mid. I don't really need to elaborate on that. I think it's just okay. Fierce Water Narga. Okay. Sad Lucent lost its yellow belly in Rise. I'm very happy they did. It looks a lot better in Rise than it did. My Lucent Nargacuga takes the existing Nargacuga's concept and goes further with it. Yeah, that's totally it. That's totally it is. Some people, some players, you know, they like when a monster, like when they take a monster and they explore what makes it unique. Meanwhile, I like it when it's stripped back to its basics. I like when it's a monster and it's very simple. The more simple it is, I think the more I tend to like it. Yeah. Which is probably why the stuff at the bottom tend to be the stuff that are like either over-designed or kind of gross. I shouldn't say gross. Paria Puria is a monster I do like. I think Paria Puria is awesome. That's another Frontier monster I fought. I enjoyed. It's a little bit of a bad fight. A little bit of a bad fight, but a lot of early Frontier fights are weird. But I do enjoy this one. I didn't fight any of its variants though. Does it have a subspecies? I don't even remember. This thing looks silly. Didn't get that far in Frontier. Rathalos. I do like Rathalos. I'm a Rathalos fan. No real hate towards Rathalos at all. I think Rathalos is a classic monster. It's pretty cool. Now, people are not going to like what I'm about to do next. They're not going to like this at all. They are going to hate this. And I ain't even going to elaborate on this. But I'm putting Azure Rathalos at the top. You came expecting horrible takes, and you got them. You got them. Dread King is fine. He's mid. Apex is dumb. Is there any other Rathalos variants? Silver. There's Silver Rathalos. Silver Rathalos is cool. Why is Raging Brachy mid? Also, Azure is based. Thank you for the donation, Kiryu. Raging Brachy is only mid because I just don't really care for explosive new variants of a monster I already like. Because if I already like the base form, I don't need the expanded form of the monster. Does that make sense? I'm so mad they got rid of Azure's green wings over time. Me too. I liked. Okay, we have to play a different theme now. Cathar theme? Let's go with that. We're just about done. You know, we only have a couple more categories. We're almost at Elder Dragons. We're almost done the Flying Wyverns here. So next is Rathian, and it's pretty much the exact same as previous. Like, I'm gonna put the Deviants with the Deviants, the Apexes with the Apexes, and yeah, regular Rathian is a great monster. I really like regular Rathian. I like Gold Rathian. Pink Rathian, though. Pink Rathian's going up top. I love Pink Rathian. I love Azure Rathalos. I think they're beautiful monsters. I would be okay with them returning over their original counterparts 100%. That's just how I stand. Can we do the Mesoporta Diva Defense Village theme next for Elder Dragons? Do I know what that is? Got to go. Fun stream just for Magnamello. Thank you, Fatalis and friends. I can't believe Fatalis showed up to my stream just to chill out and be like, hey, like, my friend Magnamello, I don't like you bullying Magnamello here. I'll look up that song if I get to the Elder Dragons. Is there any Rathian variants? Oh, this guy, this Rathalos variant, which I think looks silly. To me, it was like, okay, they did Rauro, they did the unknown Black Flying Wyvern. It's like, cool. And like, oh, how do we up it? We'll do a Rathalos version. And it's like angelic Rathalos. It's like, no, you don't. You did it once. Don't need to do it again. Gonna be honest. You know, sometimes perfection just happens once. Seregios is a cool monster. Seregios is a very cool monster. Justice for Seregios. I just built a Lego Seregios for the first time. It's a good monster. It really is good. Next is Tigrex. And I think Brute Tigrex is an awesome monster. Brute Tigrex is better than regular Tigrex, in my opinion. And I really think that Tigrex is important. I'm purposefully flip-flopping between Tigrex and Tigrex just to mess with all of you, by the way. So I recently, on this topic, I recently put out a TikTok /short /Instagram reel, where I show off all my Lego, monster, flagship monsters. And I say the names of them, my own pronunciation of the names. And most of the comments are normal, and they're like, this looks so cool, or have you built this monster? But then there's some people that feel it is necessary to tell me that I'm pronouncing the monster names wrong. And it's like, buddy, I bet you're real fun at parties. Someone comes in with a different accent, and they're like, oh, potato. And you're like, it's actually pronounced potato, and it's like, go away. Like, you're like, what are you trying to achieve? Like, I don't get it. Ava Unit 2. I totally skipped the Ava Unit 1 Brachydios as well. There's also Ava Unit 2 Tigrex, which is very fun. Oh, the Diorex. Diorex looks stupid. Grimclaw Tigrex. He's probably mid. What am I saying? He's probably mid. I fought him. He's mid. Regular Tigrex is cool. That's kind of how I stand with a lot of these monsters. Seregios deserves a variant. I could see a good variant for Seregios. That'd be fun. I admit that Seregios will never get the spotlight it deserves as long as Gormagalis shows up in the same game as it, which will happen every single time. They will always be in the same game together. I call it Tigrex to make people really super upset. The ultimate move. Yeah, I could. Tigrex? Grimclog would be the mega evolution if Monhon monsters were Pokemon. Yeah, it would. Absolutely. That's what a lot of these variants basically amount to. Molten T-Rex is also kind of just mid. Again, like, same thing as Lucid Narkuga. Like, I didn't really need it. I will say, Molten T-Rex is above Lucid Narkuga for me. Like, I'd much prefer Molten T-Rex over Lucid Narkuga. I think I just don't like Lucid Narkuga, frankly. What's next? Did I miss any? Scanning. I think it's Eucanlos. And Eucanlos is cool. Yeah, I think Eucanlos is awesome. It's definitely just a palette swap of Cantor. That's fine. Whatever. This guy... I've not fought this guy, but I do think this guy is cool. I think this is a better version of the Dora, whatever it was. This one from Frontier. Zena Surisu. Did I just see Ava Unit 1 on this list? Yes, it's right here. Ava Unit 1. It's Ava Unit 1, Unit 1 Brachydios. It's the Unit 2 Tigrex. Beatotus is mid. Don't like it. Shouldn't say I don't like it, but it's definitely mid. Cephadrome is a cool monster. I like Cephadrome. Cephadrome goes up high. Giratotus sucks. Actually, you know what? Giratotus, I don't really like Giratotus. Or Beatotus. I don't. I really don't. Who cares? Lavasioth, though. Lavasioth's cool. I like Lavasioth. Red Lavasioth can probably just go in mid. It's fine. Lavasioth, I think, is the best out of all of those. Not in World. World is not the best version of Lavasioth, but Frontier and 2nd Gen, even Generations Ultimate, I think Lavasioth is a great mid-level G-rank monster. Leave it at that. He's just a fun encounter. He's like Plesioth, but a lot worse. A little bit more tolerable to fight. A little bit more dangerous. Next is Plesioth. Plesioth's going up top, man. Plesioth is an all-time favorite. I love Plesioth to death. I think the ecology video sold me on Plesioth. Seeing it just swoop in and kill the Aptonoff and just bite him and drag him into the water, that was cool. That's peak right there. They don't do it like that anymore. Plesioth's a monster I want back so bad. Love Plesioth. People make memes about him being like overpowered because of his hitboxes. I don't care. Who cares? Green Plesioth's cool too. The Sushi Plesioth. Tetranodon. Kappas are kind of gross though, like in the mythology. I don't know. Tetranodon's okay. Tetsukabra, though, on the other hand. Tetsukabra is awesome. Love Tetsukabra. Its variant is okay. Same with its deviant. Yeah, we can keep it at that. I like that you appreciate the very old clunky monsters haven't gotten an update in a long time. Most people are just stuck with the feel, the fight, and can't imagine the future potential. Green Plesioth is so nice looking. I agree. And I agree to that previous statement too. I do see the potential, but I also see where it doesn't really work. Like, I understand why adding Plesioth to Wilds maybe isn't the best idea, because part of Plesioth's fight is it's also a fishing minigame. Like, I don't know. I don't really see it. What is the least likely Lego you build? That's just Magnamallow. Magnamallow is the least likely. And one of the most dangerous monsters is just a fish with legs. You forgot the gold and silverfish. They don't have icons. I'm just gonna skip them. Like, I prefer if the monster has an icon, I'll put it on the list. If not, I'll probably skip it. Unpopular opinion: Giratotus is better than Lavasioth. The general model suits a mudfish so much better. It feels underwhelming for Lavasioth. Plus, I hate the armor. That's fine. Yeah, I could see that. I think in World, Giratotus is a better monster than Lavasioth. I think in general, Lavasioth is a better monster. Terrorizing Tetrakava. Gay Ketsu was a shocking discovery, but I ended up really liking him. That guy in chat, Crusader Studios, I'm planning on hosting a Monster Hunter panel at a couple local Canadian anime conventions. that I'm in talks with hosting a Monster Hunter panel, and I'm planning on having him on the panel with me. He's never played Monster Hunter, and so he's gonna be the entire time, like, I'm gonna be talking, you know, normal. I'm gonna be talking about Monster Hunter normal, and I'm gonna try and have him, like, guess and make up just, like, insane nonsense lore, and he'll just be like, yeah, I love, like, and he'll just make up a monster name, just to kind of troll a little bit, just to have some levity to the conversation, because every time I go to one of these Monster Hunter panels at conventions, it's people are very hyper fixated, and even I'm guilty of it. Like, someone will be like, they'll say something that's just absolutely not true, and I'll be like, where did you even get that information? Like, that's so not true. Like, I had one person trying to tell me that, like, the Equal Dragon weapon is in the tower. And it's like, it's not even like, oh, it's like a myth or anything. It's like, no, it's true. The Equal Drag weapon is there. I've seen it. And I'm like, what are you talking about? And they weren't trolling. Like, I don't know, they had like this, they imagined it in their head. Zamtrios is cool. Tiger Stripe Zamtrios is kind of mid. Ignactor. Nah. Ignactor is cool, but I don't think Ignactor is all the way up there. I also think that Glacial Ignactor is also cool. I also like Glacial Ignactor. I like that he uses water and not necessarily ice. He's just coated with ice. I think that's neat. Where is my glorious King Valstrax? Oh, well, we haven't gotten there yet. Johto suffers from having the exact same design as Lavassia with a different type of goop on it. I like how primal it looks. Yeah. Copper Blango is not S tier is crazy. Well, I've got regular Blango up here. Glamis was honestly my favorite fight in the world. They should add Allosaurus. They should add Allosaurus to the game. Almadron. I don't like Almadron. He's mid. I shouldn't say I don't like him. I don't like Magma Almadron, and I know people say that I'm crazy for that, but the reason why I don't like Magma Almadron is sort of another case of like Magma Almadron trolled me, because I'm one of those people. I watched the trailer that revealed Magma Almadron. I saw it for like half a second. I'm like, Ignactor's back, and then I saw it was Magma Almadron, and I just shut the trailer off and I just walked away. I was just like, no, you don't do this to me. Obviously, I turned the trailer back on and I kept watching, but I did fight this thing, and I didn't like this thing from Frontier. This was the Leviathan from Frontier. It has like a weird tongue that like sucks you. Just totally just sucks you off right then and there. I thought that was like really weird and like not really right for Monster Hunter. Golbull is going up in awesome. This guy, I liked this guy. I don't know if he's awesome. This is like kind of like a high mid. This was that one lightning Leviathan from Frontier that has crystals. Yeah, it's definitely not awesome, but like it's a high mid. Like I kind of enjoyed it. Oh, next is Absolute Peak. Absolute Peak. He's so peak, he's going at the top. Lagiacrus is peak. Need I say more? I don't think I need to say more. Abyssal is mid. I don't know. I don't really care. Same with Ivory. Like, maybe Abyssal is better than Ivory. Yeah. And then Land Conquest. I'm not even gonna bother with Land Conquest. Royal Luderoth is cool. I like Royal Luderoth. He's awesome. And Purple Luderoth is also awesome. I don't mind Purple Luderoth. I think he's a fun challenge. Do you think Monster Hunter has shifted its world building from more primal, tribal, man versus nature of weapon tech being a remnant of the past to a more modern, high-tech fantasy setting? I mean, it used to feel like human civilization was constant need for monster resources, struggles for survival. The villages were dots in the sea of untamed land, all their tech inherited. But the new world feels small, explored, expeditions, new lands, large cities everywhere. It doesn't make sense for the world to be advanced and dominated by monsters. So, I would say that that only really applies to Monster Hunter 1. Because by Monster Hunter 2, you already have Don Dorma. They already have, like, gun lances. Like, that movement into the more advanced type weaponry was seen in... If you play Monster Hunter 2 online, like, the Forge in Monster Hunter 2 is already way more advanced than the Forge in Monster Hunter 1. The artillery setup in Monster Hunter 2 is way more advanced, like, in Don Dorma, than the Fortress is in Monster Hunter 1. Monster 2 is also about expeditions. It has, you know, they have the weather balloons. I feel like everything's kind of in line of Monster 2. There was a shift from Monster 1 to Monster 2, but I feel like that shift beyond that is been quite minor. I feel like it's been relatively consistent. Rise was the only one that, like, my suspension of disbelief was completely gone, because of how much artillery and how easy access to artillery Rise paints Kamura Village to be. That felt weird. That I did not vibe with. I was like, it was kind of cool when there was these big, heavy machinery, even in World. Like, when the Dragonators, all this big, heavy machinery that's, like, old, and they barely defeated Fatalis last time, and they're like, oh my... we don't even know if it'll even work. And they show up and, like, half of it is, like, blocked by, like, construction. Like, what happened? I don't know. Fatalis is here. We have to deal with it. But the Rampages in Rise, it was like, it's no problem. You just... And he's like, over here, my favorite pupil. And Master Itsushi is like, come here, right now. And then you touch the ground, and then, like, a man and, like, an entire cannon just pulls up from the ground like it was no big deal. Like, they could just shift this stuff around like it's no big deal at all. And Master Itsushi's like, no big deal. And then he flies away. He literally just flies away. And I was like, okay, what's happening right now? And then Yomogi shows up with her machine gun and just starts, like, blasting. And I'm like, okay, my suspension just felt like that's when I felt like things were a little bit weird. But Wild seems to be going back. Wild's is back to the more grounded nature of Monster Hunter. You have little kids fighting in the Rampage. Exactly. Kamura Steel. The guild do be 1,000 years old. That's true. Yeah, even the village, the new, like, the village in Wilds feels very down to earth. Like, it's literally just, like, people playing on, like, drums, and, like, they're just barely getting by. I think the primal aspect is returning in Wilds. I think trust. You gotta trust Capcom here. Mizitsune is going up top. I really like Mizitsune. Mizitsune is a favorite of mine. I talked about it earlier with Glavenus when Monster Cross was first announced. I thought Mizitsune was a great monster. I still do. I really do like Mizitsune. We're almost at Elder Dragons. Wow. We're actually very close. Apex Mizitsune is kind of lame. Yeah. Soul Seer Mizitsune and Violet Mizitsune I think are kind of just... I don't know. Not my cup of tea. I like regular Mizitsune. Nibble Snarf. I'm putting Nibble Snarf in mid, and again, that's not because I hate Nibble Snarf. I don't hate Nibble Snarf. But I don't really need to fight him again. I think I'm good. I think he was neat in the game that he was in. I think we're good there. On that same note... Actually, no, I'll do the Walrus. I'll do the Walrus monster. I've not fought him, but I feel like he'd be fun. Somnicanth is a monster that I'm gonna put in mid. But I don't hate it. Though I really don't like its subspecies. I think its subspecies is dumb. I love Violet. Overhated as hell. Violet lost me at the homing bubbles. Violet is an awesome concept gasoline monster. Mizitsune, everyone's favorite fanboy. Shaver showed up in a game that had too many fire element subspecies. Rise apexes are literally just we have deviants home. And that's why I have all the apexes lower. Because it does just feel like... Okay, what was that song you wanted? Well, actually, I wanted to play... what was it? Mesoporta theme. I just want to play the Mesoporta Wind, because I really love this song. Alright. Because we're entering Elder Dragons, I think, now. No, it's Snake Wyverns. Najarala is... it's a neat design. The fight isn't very good. I am not a huge Najarala fan. I'm going to put him in mid. Doesn't mean I hate him. The main reason why people don't like Aurora Sun mechanic is lingering hitbox and many of its attacks that was so unnecessary. Play Mind Guard theme next? I could. Mind Guard theme is, I think, a bit too esoteric. Like, I love the Mind Guard themes, but I feel like people who are more newer to the franchise would be like, what is this? And it's like, yeah, this is what the music used to be. It was very diegetic music. It was very fly on the wall, very simple. Alatreon, Alatreon. Come on. You really expect me to not put it at the top? This is a great monster. This is a fantastic monster. Beautiful. It does mean something to me, absolutely. You're gonna find with a lot of the Elder Dragons, like a lot of the Elder Dragons are going up here. Elder Dragons are an important part of Monster Hunter to me. I could not see a game without Elder Dragons. If there was a game without Elder Dragons, like that's just doing a disservice to the mythology, to the message of Monster Hunter. Elder Dragons are so important to Monster Hunter. A lot of them mean so much to me. Speaking of, we got a Matsu, which is an Elder Dragon that actually means very little to me. I actually don't really care for a Matsu. It's just funny because I just went on this whole thing. It's like, Elder Dragons, they mean so much to me. A Matsu is mid. Yep. Oh well. Behemoth is not a monster from Monster Hunter, so we're gonna skip it. Okay, well here we go. Here's a monster that does it. Cedius, right? If you have not hunted Cedius, you do not know how important of a monster Cedius is. It has one of the best musical themes in the entire franchise. It is one of the best spectacle fights in the entire franchise. It is a beautiful conclusion to Monster Hunter 3. It is what put Monster Hunter 3 on the map in this community. It is because of this monster. Cedius. Like, top. It is the apex of peak, right? It's the upper echelons. It's Mount Everest. It's up there for a reason. Important monster. Kind of sucks to fight, to grind. Because fighting it a second time kind of sucks, and for that reason, Goldbeard is mid. Chameleos! Come on, guys. Chameleos is going at the top. Love Chameleos. Though, Chameleos to me is a lot like Gammoth. It's a lot like Duramboros. I don't need to hunt Chameleos. I love Chameleos' design. I love his personality. Hunting him has never been the same. I liked hunting him in Monster Hunter 2. Since then, Chameleos has kind of been not really the same. I don't know, it's like you meet up with a high school friend again, and you find out that, like he's like a normie, and he's not into all the same stuff he used to be into, and you're like, oh, like you're not into that stuff anymore, and he's like, no, like I've got like an office job now, and I like sports. And you're like, oh, And I'm like, I'm really happy for you, Chameleos. Like, I'm happy you have kids and things are working out for you. And like, what do? You kind of just have to be like, you shake their hand. You're like, that's awesome, and you kind of walk away. It's like, wow, that they've really changed since I last met him. Like, he's still a great guy, but that is not the Chameleos I used to know. Like, sorry. Like, that being said, that old Chameleos, those memories are never going away, baby. I don't know what this bit is. Dalamadur! Dalamadur is top tier! Let's go! Dalamadur! That's another one. This is an upper echelons. This is Mount Everest. Those who withstand, what is the song? Those who redeem 1,000 blades. Dalamadur is a fantastic monster. His scream, and it was like, ah! It's so good. Oh my goodness. The snake that consumes the world. So I'm reading this. Chameleos be like, I steal nectar now. I've come for your nectar. For me, Anjanath would be the top of this list because my first game in the series was World. Yeah, no, like that's... I like... People underestimate the pull that Anjanath has. Because so many people started with World. Anjanath is a top tier monster for a lot of people. A lot of the, like the normal going PlayStation 4 crowd, the people who aren't on Twitter or Reddit, normal people, they're like, Anjanath is awesome. And that's why I'm surprised that Anjanath isn't in Wild so far. Like, that seems like an easy choice. You put him in a trailer and everyone's like, oh, I remember fighting that. I fought it in Monster Hunter World on my PS4. No, this guy looks stupid. Oh, Shaw Dalamadur. I guess Shaw Mount Dalamadur is awesome, but he's just a reskin. Like, Kashela Daora. Daura? Kashela Daura. Also a top tier monster. This is so top tier. It's going up near a Cantor and Lagiacrus. This monster means so much to me. I don't give a hoot that you don't like its wind tornadoes. I don't give a darn that you think its wind barrier is annoying, or that it feels like... I've heard people say that it's like a reskin. Just so not true. I've seen someone say that Kashela is a reskin of Kieran. I don't know where that came from. No. Kieran was a reskin of Kashela. I'm mixing up. Doesn't matter. This is a great monster. It represents a lot of the mythology of Monster Hunter, like the early mythology that they were trying to forge. I made a whole video about this, honestly. I think this monster is very special. It's a special monster to me. It's the Elder Dragon of Steel. It is the King of the Storms. Kashela Daora, top tier. My vote, if I'm voting for any of them to be the leader, Kashela Daora. He's got principle, right? He's got principle. If he's gonna be our president, where am I going with this? All right, Rustic Kashela is kind of mid though. Okay, he's awesome, I guess. What's next? Oh, Risen. I forgot about the Risens. I don't like the Risens. I think they're ugly. I actually, like, honestly, it's not even that the fight is bad. I just think that they're ugly. They're just ugly monsters. They look gross. Dire Morales. So Dire Morales doesn't have an icon. The Risen. Dire Morales doesn't have an icon. If I put it down in mid, people are going to be upset. Dire Morales is kind of cool. Yeah, I remember enjoying it. I remember when I was a kid, I thought he was cool to get. We finally have a new Fatalis variant. And it's called Dire Fatalis. I thought that was cool. It was like a volcano version of Fatalis. Fiora is cool. Dura Madura is also cool. I think that it is a stupid design, frankly, but he is a cool monster. It's like Zynogar, right? It is a dumb design, It makes no sense. That is a cool monster. And I would like to fight Duramadura, even though I know I will lose, because it is one of the hardest fights in the series. Arrogant Duramadura. I don't know. I don't know about that one, Chief. Where is he? You know what? He doesn't even have an icon. I'm not even gonna bother. What is this thing? What is this? What monster is this? I don't know. I'm gonna move on to Burning, Freezing. I hate it. I hate its design. Phantasy Star Online looking ass. Next is Fatalis. It's from Explore? This is an Explore monster? Oh, if it's the one from Explore, then yeah, I'll put it in. It looks cool, because the ones from Explore do look cool. Next is Fatalis. I think that the Fatalis is cool. I think that the Crimson Fatalis is also cool. But Eclipse. The veiling of the sun, the eclipse. That is true top tier. This monster is the representation of creation, representation of the primordial chaos. Defeating this is like literally defeating primordial chaos incarnate. It is the ancestral dragon, it represents the ancestral tree of all dragons. Fighting this is like fighting the very fabric of nature. That in itself is beautiful. That's Monster Hunter. Top tier. Ew. I don't like this one. See, it's okay, I really don't like this one. So, Gasmagorm is supposed to represent Satan, I guess, but it's like, guys, we already have Satan. It's Fatalis. We already have a primordial chaos, like the representation of like original sin. It already exists. We don't need another one, and he looks stupid. So I don't like Gasmagorm. I fought him twice, because I fought him, or 3 times. I fought him the bare minimum amount of times you have to fight him, which is once, and then never again. Meanwhile, Gogmazios is awesome. Gogmazios is pretty cool. Put some respect on Gasmagorm's name. Do you have a link to this list? Yeah, I can link this list. I don't know if this will like. I don't know if this will work. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna try and just link this list. I don't know. I don't know if that actually works, but there it is. It should work. That's just the link that I'm working on right now. Gonzu? Yeah, Gonzu is cool. I actually think Gonzu is a cool design. I have not fought him. I would like to fight him. That's one I'd want to build out of Lego. Oh, actually, can I do MH1 Gathering? The Gathering. Oh, all tavern music and ambience? No, that might get claimed. Wait, Monster Hunter 1 OST. Oh, this is just someone's like assembled. You know what? We'll just play MH1 music. Yeah, why not? So next is, we're almost done here, guys. Just like a billion more. This thing looks, the Mercury Dragon, that looks silly and stupid. Bamboo Dragon, I'd give Bamboo Dragon a chance. I'd give it a chance if I ever fought it. I don't like Xenojiva. I do like Safijiva. Safijiva's kind of awesome. Sorry, what was that? Must know. Did I influence your opinion on Dura Madura at all? A little bit. A little bit. I'm pretty convinced from you that there's something worth about Dura Madura, but also just reading about it was cool. So I guess Magorm doesn't have wings. It's supposed to be a damn supernova during... Comes a damn supernova during super attack. Gasmagorm's mouth is a pentagram. I know, but like that just seems so dumb. Like you don't... Like a lot of satanic imagery, like modern day satanic imagery, is very reductionist, and it's very like kind of silly and trivial compared to like the more classical depictions of like true evil. And I honestly, Fatalis is closer, in my opinion, to true primordial evil. Like that pure sinful evil that eats away at you, like the true evil abyss. I think Fatalis fits that a bit more. The other black dragons, not Elatrion. I think Elatrion's something else. I made a whole video about it. I don't necessarily think that... I think that he represents something primordial, but I don't think he represents anything like the dragons do. I think that Elatrion is almost like he represents some kind of like reverse or anti-Elder Dragon. I just don't quite know what that is. I would love to pick the brains of the creators, because I'm sure that they've put some real thought into this. I don't know what monster this is. Looks kind of silly. Oh, guys. It's one of my all-time favorite monsters, Kieran. So, Kieran gets a bad rap from a lot of players. I think Kieran is a beautiful monster. I love unicorns, actually, straight up. And I think it's just a beautiful monster with wonderful abilities, and the mystery around it, I think, helps. Like, I like how some monsters where there is just a mystery, and the fact that the monster is a mystery helps make the other monsters feel more realistic. You know, you have something like Icarus, and it's like, this is pretty out there. It's pretty ridiculous. You have something like Kieran that's even more ridiculous, to the point where, like, even the game itself doesn't have any answers. They don't know where the thunder comes from. They don't know how it controls the clouds. And that's what makes Icarus feel real, or more grounded. Because they do have an explanation for Icarus. I think that having the balance is great. I desperately need a mainline game with these two monsters in it. Like, we have never gotten a game with Icarus and Kieran, and these are my top two favorite monsters of all time. The fact that they've only been in one game before, and it's Generations Ultimate, which is a game I don't really enjoy that much, is really sad. And I'm hoping that Wilds fixes this. Please add both of my babies, and like I will never ask for anything ever again. That's it. Fidelis is pretty much the original dragon, which is said in some cases to be the son of Satan. Gasmagorm is a dark counterpart of storm serpents, and an example look how similarly shaped their heads are. I could see that. Like, I could see how Gasmagorm is like a reflection of the serpent. Serpents are more like creation. Gasmagorm is like the abyss, and it's just... I think that Gasmagorm's design is ugly because it is way too trivial. It's like, come on, guys. You made his face a pentagram. It's like... the devil is a lot deeper than just, like, 21st century stupid, satanic imagery. I'm so tired of so many iconic monsters from 1st gen not having their own themes. I'm hoping that Wilds fixes that. Kieran does have its own theme. Kieran has the tower theme. Do you play 4U version 1.1? Yeah, I have, it's version 1.1, because that's the one I had on my 3DS. I do like Kieran. I wish it was a bit more explained, though. I just like when they have an organ or something. I know, but that's the point, is that there is a monster that has no explanation. They don't know. They've never captured it alive. It's meant to be elusive, like a real unicorn. Like, and it matches, actually, a lot of really old depictions of what a unicorn is. It's not just a horse with a horn. They're a little bit more weird. They're the way that they're described. And I think it's cool that there's some monsters that just have no explanation. Fatalis is really another one. Like, there's a reason why you don't get a flame sack from Fatalis, but you get an evil eye instead. It's because it's meant to be more spiritual, metaphorical, and the Elder Dragons are meant to be metaphors, while the regular monsters are just monsters. That's why I think Elder Dragons are so important for the franchise. Kieran would be so cool in Wilds. They just have to roam the map very rarely. It'd add more wonder to the Mystery Horse. Exactly! Aaron fought Kieran Iceborne solo for the first time and he enjoyed him a lot. Yeah, I could go on about Gasmor's but I've no idea to say he's not Satan, he's Abaddon. I can... Yeah, I'm assuming that he's probably a very specific depiction of a demon. I just don't care. I really don't. I think he was lame. Orochi Kieran is okay. I don't know. I like regular Kieran. Orochi Kieran. Call of Teroth. I don't hate I don't hate Call of. I'm just putting in mid because I don't want to put it in awesome. Call of is fine. Lao Shenlong is going into awesome. Okay, people are gonna be like, "Are you kidding me, Jacob?" No, okay, no. No, Lao Shenlong really should be down here. No, he's cool. His equipment's cool. I really like Lao Shenlong equipment. Ashen is kind of boring color scheme. Chaotic Gore Magala is mid. I don't care. Gore Magala is awesome. He's going up at the top. It's another great monster. What a beautiful monster. I hate when special monsters have themes that aren't exclusively used for them. Yeah. I do like the Asian dragon motif for Kieran. It would be cool if it add more serpent elder dragons. Roshi Kieran implies that Kieran evolved to counter Rajang. I don't think that really implies that. I think that they just didn't have enough ice monsters in 4U and they wanted to make a subspecies. It's weird that Kieran got a subspecies because it's an Elder Dragon. Risen, Shagur, Magala is going with the other Risen monsters. Shagur Magala is really great. I really like this monster. He's awesome. I do like Gore a little bit more, and I'm hoping they explore Gore's lore more because I still feel like we don't have all the answers. Malzeno. Malzeno is great. I like Malzeno. Malzeno is a lot of the same things, reasons why I like Kieran, actually. Malzeno and Kieran are... Like, I like Malzeno for the same reason I like Kieran. It's a vampire, and it's cool that there is just a vampire in Monster Hunter, and it is this dragon. But it's like, just like a real vampire, like, this was a curse cast upon them. That at one point that they weren't a vampire, and it makes it a quite unique... I think concept. I don't like Primordial Malzeno. It's alright. Whatever. Again, I like the original concepts. Every time they try to elaborate on original concept, it's like, this is a thing from online that I think looks kind of silly. Darren Moran is cool. Jen Moran is a little bit worse. Yeah, it's a little bit worse. And then Hello Jen Moran is kind of in the same. Why is it playing kitchen music? There we go. I remember you not being too fond of him last time, remember. Sugar Miguel is better than Gore for me because of the theme. The themes are really great. Hoping we have Cammy get subspecies so lonely by himself. Cammy Leo's having a subspecies would be nice. Much larger the world is in Monster Hunter, they can expand a lot. Monster potential. So Monster setting has a lot for potential. I agree. Monster Hunter takes his theme and nails it. I really agree. Malzeno is a real most overrated monster. A little bit. I love the theory that Kieran's actually a water monster. The regular one summons lightning, manipulating moisture, and Orochi is stronger, and you move moisture to freeze it. I guess that, yeah, maybe. I could maybe see that. Next is Leo Velos, which, as you guys all know, is one of my all-time favorites. What's next? This guy. This is a weird-looking guy from Explorer. I'd be willing to hunt it. Narcarcos, which I thought was kind of just mid. I thought it was alright. Namiel. Is Namiel going up top? I don't think it means something to me, but it's definitely awesome. Like, it's really high tier awesome. Yeah. Namiel is a great monster. I was very happy with Namiel. Nergigante. Okay, so on previous lists, Nergigante would have been up top. They would have been, they mean something to me. I think that Nergigante has dropped. Runa Nergigante is again, it's another strange variant that didn't need to happen in my opinion, so it's just going in mid, but Nergigante was awesome, I think, in Monster Hunter World, and as time has gone on, I've kind of just realized that it was cool for that one game and those one couple few moments, but then the more they kind of sort of expanded, like in Iceborne, it's like, we don't need to keep bringing him back, guys. Like, it's okay. He had his time to shine. Like, he's done. We're done. I don't know these. I don't know this monster. Looks cool though. I'll fight it. This is Altura. Altura from... like, I don't hate it. It's just, I wouldn't say it's awesome. It's from Monster Hunter Stories. I don't know. Monster Hunter Stories was not exactly my favorite game. I have not fought these ones from Monster Hunter Stories 1, but I feel like I would enjoy the fight. Maybe. Where is the king? King is in, like, Teostra? We're about to get to Teostra. Ruko Diora is a great monster. I do like Ruko Diora. I think they're awesome. I think it's awesome. I have not seen the variant. The variant will probably be fun. Kind of just wrapping this up now. I feel like this is really dragged on. Ew. Okay. Don't hate me. I'm just gonna quickly throw these in. The serpents, I never clicked with the serpents. I never bought the story with Rise. And every time I replay it, I'm like, I don't know. It doesn't really click with me. Shantayen? Shantayen looks like it might be fun. Never fought it, though. Shara-ish Valda is a great monster. I think that's awesome. It was a great conclusion to Iceborne. A fun conclusion to Iceborne. We'll probably never see Safi'jiiva, Xeno'jiiva, or Shara-ish Valda ever in a future Monster Hunter game. But I think for Iceborne, what a great way to end it off. Sorry, I got pulled aside. I'm back. I like the serpent designs. I don't like the mind control. I don't really know how the resonance thing was even happening, but you just won't think about it. This is a thing from online that I don't necessarily hate. Its design. All right. Lunastra. It's going up top, as well as Teostra. I think that these are both great monsters. They kind of go hand in hand with each other. Lunastra is a great final boss. Is this music too loud? It's kind of like really exciting. Can we play this? Time has come. Yeah, there we go. It's kind of really exciting music. Is there something a little bit more chill? A day in a rural village. Sure. Yeah, we can do this. What was it saying? Oh yeah, Teostra and Lunastra. They're great monsters. I think that the two of them complement each other very well. I'd love to see like both of them return as a couple again. I think that would be good, just to see again. I don't know. I'm not against it at all. I really like those two. Volume was fine. Like the rampage being caused by electromagnetism would be great. Wait, what? The rampage being caused by electromagnetism would be great. But the whole resonance thing went way too far for Monster Hunter and soured a lot of people's moods on them. I also think it's just a cultural thing in how the storm serpents were presented. I think so too. I think that had an impact on it. I wonder how Japan viewed Rise. Like, what was the story response to Rise in Japan? Like, I want to know what that was like. Valhazak is awesome. Black Veil is whatever, is fine. Again, I don't need another variant of a monster I already like. Valstrax, I do like. I do think Valstrax is awesome. I don't like his variants. Crimson Glow didn't need to happen. And then Risen is just another Risen, and you know my thoughts on Risens. I think Risen Teostra is one I missed. Yeah, I missed this one. He's supposed to be up in here as well. We're almost done. It's just Velkhana. Well, I think Velkhana is awesome. And Yabasukami, who is kind of mid. It's kind of a sucky fight. And Zora Magdaros, who I do think that the spectacle alone makes it a lot better. This it? Leviente next? Wait, what is this? Is this... Oh, this is the flagship of online. Yeah, sure, I'll put it there. Reviente. Have not fought. Looks cool. Okay. Next is the Wilds monsters. We've got a couple here. It's not really fair for me to put a lot of these because I don't really know how some of them fight yet. In fact, it really isn't fair for me to even put some of these on there. Arkveld, I've not fought. Rompopolo, I've not fought. I'm gonna put them in never fought but looks cool. We've seen gameplay footage of Lalabrina, and I've seen enough to know I'm gonna love this monster. Lalabrina is going up to the top. Balahara is cool. This is a high mid. Deshagama is cool. Deshagama is cool. I'll put Deshagama at the top. Chatacabra is also quite fun. And then Ray Dow. And this isn't just recency bias, but I think Ray Dow goes to the very top too. And as long as I haven't missed a single monster, I think this is the list. There's a couple... There's like a bunch of stuff I'm not even going to bother Yeah, I think that's basically it. So this is it. These are my top favorite monsters, and it says a lot about, you know, what my taste is, right? Like, I like dragons. A lot of the stuff at the top are just dragons, but I also like, you know, I like the crabs and I like the spiders. I tend to like simple monsters more than complicated ones. I like monsters that are like connected with the ecosystem. But obviously there's exceptions to that. I also like monsters that are fantastical, like Rajang and Kirin, or Teostra, or Malzeno. Again, this is vibe-based. So there's going to be stuff that's like, wait, Jacob, why do you have this monster up there, but not this monster there too, if they're kind of the same vibe? I don't know, man. It's all vibe, right? And some things just click with you for a variety of reasons better than others. Like, why does Raidou click with me? Who knows? Why does, you know, Magnum Aloe not click with me? I don't know. What about exotic Barioth? Bruh, I don't... What's exotic Barioth? Oh, is that... It's from Frontier? I'd probably hate it. I think you have a lot of Brute Wyverns at the top. Do I? I do! I think it's because I like Brute Wyverns. Yeah, I like Brute Wyverns. A lot of the stuff in mid tend to be variants. Like, a lot of them in here is just variants. They're monsters that I like otherwise, but because of this or that reason, the variants are just like, I don't need the variants. Obviously there's some exceptions, like, Viper Tobikadachi, Curl Puke Puke, I do like more than the original. Moving down into stuff I don't like, well, it's pretty obvious, right? Like, half of this is variants of monsters that I do like. Half of them are like bad subspecies, like Baleful Giganox or Black Gravios. I just don't really like Gyarados or Beatos because they're kind of boring. I don't like Magma Almudron because I thought he was Ignactor for half a second, and I've held a grudge ever since. Arachnikidaki, I don't know, didn't vibe with it. There's a bunch of Frontier monsters that I fought, and I was just like, I don't vibe with this. And then, of course, I'll be honest, most of the final bosses from the 5th gen games have just not been it for me. I don't like the Serpents. Phasmagorum's like, whatever. And Xeno'jiiva was also kind of just like, whatever for me. You'll probably find that a lot of the monsters that I do have at the bottom probably are shared with other people. Like, I don't think a lot of people have Gaiadrome at the top. Is there something in particular that makes you dislike Black Gravios? It's Gravios, but just worse in every way. Like, I don't know. Like, here's how I fight Black Gravios. Okay, I fight regular Gravios like a normal person. I fight regular Gravios normally. That's why he's up at top. Black Gravios, I have to bring a poison weapon, and then I only attack his wings, because there's no point attacking his belly. I usually bring Sword and Shield, I use poison, and I poison Black Gravios until he just dies of poison. Because he has so much health, you can't get under his belly without him constantly doing his explosions. He will not stop using his fire beams. He hip checks you. It's not... And then he gets frenzied, and for you, it sucks. I don't know. Why is Scarred Yangaruga up there? What, alongside regular Yangaruga? Because they're basically the same monster, frankly. They're the one exception where, like, they are the same monster. I don't know why there's a distinction between the two, because, like, in Monster Hunter 1, yeah, technically you were fighting a Scarred Yangaruga, but it was still a Yangaruga. Its moveset was pretty much the same when it went into Monster Hunter 2. Freedom Unite is when you get to fight a regular Yangaruga, but its moveset is the same. They're just the same monster. So... I don't know, Black Gravios is kind of just everything that I don't like about Gravios. Just multiplied. And the things I like about Gravios are so cool that it helps elevate it over the stuff I don't like. Maybe I just like old gen monsters. I mean, obviously, how many of the monsters on here are old gen? Yeah. Like, old gen is in, like, 3rd generation or before. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. Yeah. That's... Most of these are 1st, 2nd gen, or 3rd gen. At the top. I have 2 monsters from 6th gen. And a couple from 5th. I've got a couple from 5th gen. I got Malzeno. Is that it? Is he the only 5th gen monster I have up here? Malzeno? Fair. Hope you have a fixed village location for wilds besides the field temporary camp. Not having a village feels off, and they can advance the world building by making a unique cultural sentiment. I think we're gonna have multiple camps and villages. What I want is a village guild hall. I just want a guild hall again. That would be nice. But I don't know if we're gonna get a guild hall. Let's play the MH Freedom Unite Gathering Hall theme. Okay, I've like destroyed my throat doing this. It's only been 2 hours? I should save this. Thank you all for... What a great celebration. You know, it's been 20 years since Monster Hunter was created. I wasn't playing Monster Hunter those entire 20 years. Because I started Monster Hunter 3, so I've been playing for the last 15 years. Roughly, give or take. Wilds comes out next year. I'm hoping that at least some of the things at the top are in Wilds. Like, please, guys. Put some of these guys in Wilds. At least a few. Like, come on. Bring Ursula back. But, we'll see. Let's save this. Save it as cool. And description will be cool. Oh, I can't, like, save it. Okay, well, I saved it. Yeah. Try, baby. Shake my head. What can I switch to instead? What can I... Do I have it in me to play a Monster Hunter game right now? I do. I love Monster Hunter. Which game should I play? I'll play like a couple quests, but it's up to you. You guys have to vote. I can turn on my camera in the meantime. Jake Cam. Do I have something I can show off? What's something I can show off? Where's Regios? Look, it's Regios. For you. 3U. Hi. Oh, hi. Hi. We have 1 vote for 4U, 1 vote for 3U. I'm gonna wait until I get 1 more person to say what game we're playing. As soon as I get 2 votes in something. 4U. Okay. Going to 4U. Play Try. Could play Try. Happy New Year from Germany. Happy New Year to you. Yeah, I'll play for a little bit longer. I mean, I'll play a game. And hopefully I get no issues, because half the time whenever I try to stream, suddenly things just stop working. For you. Oh, right. I forgot. Okay, so there was an issue with For You. Alright? And I think I kind of elaborated on it last time I was playing on stream. Hello? Oh no, it's my controller. No, we're good. The issue was that something happened to my save data. My save data got screwed up. I still have all of... So what I did, right, I had to reset my save file. But I didn't want to reset my save file. So I did a thing where I copied and pasted the save file. Unfortunately, although I have all my stuff, the quest list is not good. The quest list is back at the very bottom. So I'm using overpowered equipment, very overpowered equipment, for rather normal quests. But that's okay, because we can just go online and do the online stuff. Are you going to do any more review videos? I have been working on... yeah, I am going to play For You now. I've been working on a review for Monster Hunter 1. I'm planning on doing a review of Monster Hunter 1. It's going to be a bit different from my previous review videos, because the reviews for Monster Hunter 2 and Monster Hunter 4 were really focused on certain aspects. It's going to be the same way, because Monster Hunter 2 was focused on, like, oh, is Monster Hunter changing? And is that change okay? Is that change bad? And honestly, I think that the conclusion I came to is, yes, there is change. Some of it's good. Some of it's questionable. But we have to keep going. Monster Hunter 4's video is talking about, like, the quest format and how do you make a quest feel more interesting? And I feel like Monster Hunter 4 did it the best. My Monster Hunter 1 video is actually going to be talking about the legacy of Monster Hunter's first title. And in my opinion, how it has it has unquestionably aged poorly. That does not mean that Monster Hunter 1 is without value. I will say that Monster Hunter 1 is a great game for its vibes alone. But if you don't play for the vibes, that game is a train wreck. It is very complicated, difficult. It is not easy. Things are kind of just, like, constantly working against you. And you have to have a certain level of patience to enjoy it. Hunt a Nursilla and a Gypceros. Happy New Year from Spain. Love you, Jacob. Thank you. Happy New Year to you as well. I know that people are crossing that line. They're entering 2025. I won't cross it for another several hours, but I'm hoping that 2025 is the year. Like, that's the year where everything's gonna change. Can I join your hunt? No, I'm already I'm kind of my equipment's so overpowered. I'm gonna chill. We're gonna play a couple games, a couple missions, and just keep chatting until the chat really dies down. Probably like 1 or 2 quests, frankly, because I only like to play while, you know. There's no point playing if everyone has better things to do. It is New Year's Eve after all, and New Year's Day for some people. You were talking about the Lego videos. Oh, you want more Lego reviews? Yeah. Here's the thing. They don't really do well for the algorithm. And YouTube is kind of a funny thing, right? I'm doing my best to play to the algorithm. But if I do something that is too... Okay, when a video gets sent out into out of my... Like, when I create a video and I publish it, the audience, or the audience that my video is sent to, is assuming or is expecting a certain type of content. Now, although I have some dedicated fans that really, really love even my LEGO content, and they want to see reviews, that content, if it's pushed out to the like, my videos are pushed out, my LEGO videos will be pushed out to my regular audience. And if a normal Monster Hunter player is like, oh, I don't really care for the LEGO stuff, if they don't watch that video, then it'll affect the algorithm for my other videos. That's what I'm trying to say. And it doesn't matter if my core audience doesn't really care. If my core audience is like, we like all of it, well, that's great for you, but it does horrible for my algorithm, and I don't want it to be any worse. I'm trying to release consistent types of videos, which are mostly just discussion and analysis about Monster Hunter news and also the classic games. I do the LEGO shorts. So what I could do is I could do like short reviews of each LEGO build in separate sort of videos. I could do that. Where I'll do like one, like it'll be a video that's like, oh, review of my Gormagala build, and it's a 1-minute video and it just sort of elaborates on that. I could see that working, because the reason why I'm focusing the LEGO stuff on my shorts is because it works better for the algorithm, because the shorts algorithm, like the algorithm for shorts, is different. It gets pushed to a different audience. A lot of my mainstream audience, they don't even see when I get shorts published. But LEGO people do see my stuff. I've actually gotten people who don't know anything about Monster Hunter, who have commented, oh, Monster Hunter looks cool, I like the LEGO builds. Like, they have no idea what Monster Hunter is, but they're getting my LEGO videos. So I need to keep the content streams separate. So my main videos don't cover LEGO. My shorts do cover LEGO, and only LEGO. My live streams are about just me being a hype man and just chatting with all of you. Please talk about the atmosphere and setting of 1. Yes, no, I'm absolutely going to talk about that, and that's the vibes. When I say that, like, Monster Hunter 1 has such a unique vibe that it's part of what makes the game special. It's why people like Monster Hunter 1. For me, though, and it's something I'm going to say, like, it, for a lot of players, it doesn't matter how cool the vibe is if the game is really, really just bothersome to play. Like, it's just a struggle. And that's why the game didn't get good reviews when it came out. And that's not just because of, you know... This is coming from a fan. So coming from someone that likes elements of Monster Hunter 1, but as you can clearly see, I'm not playing Monster Hunter 1, I'm playing a game that I actually enjoy playing. And you see Gypsero being skinned by an Ursula in Wilds. That would be so cool. I haven't watched that many videos of yours lately because I don't want to be spoiled on Wilds. Okay, that's fair. If I say it's a Wilds trailer, then, or if I mention Wilds in it, then obviously, yeah, it's talking about Wilds. I'm going to tell you guys a little secret. If you want to support your favorite content creators when they're doing news coverage, like during a time of news coverage, but you don't want to watch their videos... I was going to screw that up no matter what. Turn on the video, tab out, and mute the video. because even just click on it and give it a like, because if you don't do that, it completely messes with our algorithms. It'll think that you don't care. If the moment you don't click on a video, it actually has data. It has data on whether or not you click on that video. And if you're not clicking on my videos because you don't want to be spoiled, that's fair. Like, like, power to you. Like, I didn't want to be spoiled on World when it was coming out. That was before I was doing content. That's totally fine. But it sends data to YouTube that you don't care, and then it'll literally stop telling you that I'm even uploading. Which is so cool. Thanks YouTube. Monster 1 isn't something I'd repeat play, but I enjoyed it as a single playthrough kind of game. Yeah, I could see that. I enjoyed my time of Generation 1. Is it a Gypceros next? It is. I enjoyed my time of Monster Hunter 1. Yeah, I did. I don't need to play it again. Gen 1, I should say. I played Portable 1. I didn't play Monster Hunter 1. I played a bit of G. It was G on the Wii. I'd like to keep playing that one. Because the controls are closer to what I'm happier with. Well, Monster Hunter was something new and understandable for not perfecting the gameplay formula, but the new games have really veered off the hunter dangerous wildlife. Wilderness feel, humanity feels too overpowered now. I'm hoping that Wilds fixes that. And so far, I feel like it has, with the way that they are making the world feel dangerous. I think the only reason why Ray Dao feels easy is because Ray Dao is technically not an endgame monster at all. It's not even a flagship. He's kind of a mid... Like, Ray Dao is a mid-tier monster. So of course he was going to be easy. All the monsters of Windward Plains are basically tutorial monsters. And they absolutely do still hunt monsters for survival, because that's what's happening in Wilds. Like, you're actually helping the villages with their issues regarding monsters. So it's definitely a theme in Wilds. Rise did not feel that way at all. Ufduna looked kind of hard. Yeah, I haven't seen a lot of gameplay of Ufduna. I'm trying to steer clear of that. I only saw a little bit, but I feel like Ufduna will be fun. Oh, I almost got that. I almost guarded that. Yeah, World didn't feel like they were in danger ever. At least in Wilds, we're actually going to see a Deshagama in a village attacking people. Like, oh, thank goodness. Finally. People in danger. I wonder if Wilds pushes a bit more about the gray morality within the guild. You know, I tweeted that, and so many people disagreed with me, I just deleted the tweet. I muted it, and then I just deleted it, because I was like, I don't want to attract this type of attention. Like, all I said is, oh, wouldn't it be kind of cool if they explore a bit more of the gray morality of, you know, the shadier sides of the guild, and people are like, this is stupid, I just want to hunt monsters. And it's like, alright, well, clearly I'm talking to the wrong crowd. Like, it's like, all I want is a bit of a deeper story in this, you know, very interesting game world. This game world that it means so much to me. I don't care. I just want to hunt monsters. Okay. I think it's because people are... the big reason is that they're tired. They're tired of stories that are, like, morally gray, or, like, it shows the shadier side of society. Like, oh, the government is bad. The government is bad. It's like, well, guys, it's because the government is bad. The guild would never do that. And the truth is we are most likely gonna see that. From what we've seen so far, I have no doubt. I mean, I think this Rurikon and Gaijin keep talking about it. There must be a reason why a whole second unit is assisting you in this. Like, obviously for the gameplay reason, it's so that if you're not playing online, you can still have a support hunter help you. But it makes me wonder, like, okay, no, there has to be a reason why the guild is sending 2 units. One of them to basically follow the other one. It's definitely because there's shady business. They want to make sure that we don't discover what they don't want us to discover. Like, that's what's really happening here. Even beyond thematic fatigue, it is there's definitely some thematic fatigue, and I get it. I do get it. It's like when reality sucks, you just want an escape, and that's a big reason why we play Monster Hunter, is we just want an escape. That's why I play it. I just want an escape. I don't think Capcom thinks that far about the guild. No, they do. They do. They want to in this upcoming game. They want to be thinking deeper. What is that Kelby doing? And what is it doing? Okay. And it's because they want people to play the game and be like, and to talk about it. They want to have a strong story presence. Because the game will sell better if so. There's a lot of gamers. I'm talking about the normie PS4 gamers, right? They're the people who don't watch these videos, who aren't online. They just, they work a 9 to 5, they come home, they play their PlayStation 4. Those are that's the market that Capcom wants to get. And those people like games like The Last of Us. So what they want is to make a game that has a interesting and engaging enough story for the player to bear with all of the ludicrous systems and complicatedness of Monster Hunter. You brute force through it because, like, well, I want to see the story play out. And then by the end of it, if the story was good, if the story was worthwhile, they'll be like, oh, that was a fun game. I'm going to tell my friend about this game called Monster Hunter. And even if they never play the end game, they only put in 50 hours into the game, they're at least telling their friend, I played this game with a really great story. It reminded me of this other game. Because that's just, the normie PS4 player. The actual money makers, right? The actual audience that pulls in money for Capcom. Same goes for Steam, right? The average Steam player who has a PC, they don't really do a lot online. They're quite quiet. But it's all about just telling, oh, I played this game and it had a great story. It was called Monster Hunter Wilds. I think it was part of a series. I don't know. Doesn't matter. They don't even have to complete the game. You can't complete a Monster Hunter game. But they don't even have to beat every single quest. They just did enough. So they felt like, and if the story is good, then that person will literally advertise the game to other people. It's so essential. Also, like, frankly, and this is something I think people don't really get because they're not part of dev teams. If you're on an art department team, especially the game with like a world, there are people on the team that are like dedicated to making the story and the universe good. Like that's inevitable. You can't escape that. You're always going to get, it doesn't matter what field you're working in, any movie or video game or TV show or book, comic, anything, there's always going to be one guy. I mean, you hire someone because they're passionate. There's going to be people that are passionate. They're like, hey, I want to do this. And they'll keep pushing this, whatever it is, maybe a better art, better story, better themes. they're going to keep pushing that as long as the main development team allows it. It'll keep happening, which is why these games have a bit of a story to begin with. It's because someone on the team is like, oh, we should probably, we could try, even though the main team is like figuring out how to make the flagship monster awesome. There's still the art department that's like, hey, this is a character we designed. Can we give them a backstory? And like, oh, sure, yeah, whatever. Come up with something. That's why they're hired. And that's why the game world feels so rich in Monster Hunter, is because people do put a lot of thought. The dev team does put a lot of thought into every little detail. It's the same reason why, like, even I'll show it as soon as I'm done eating here. I ate like the worst skills. I don't know why. I went for feline ecologist. Double the essence. Wow. Fire resistance. I don't need fire resistance. Is the same reason why the pillars here, these two pillars, are actually bones. Like this thing that we're in is made out of like a skeleton. It's like ribs of a monster. They could have just made this a normal building, but no, they went out of their way to put all these bones as part of the set dressing, because everything in Monster Hunter is made from the environment, from monsters. So this goes beyond just the wood. It's also the bones, because the bones are so big in Monster Hunter and they're heavier and stronger than steel beams, so you might as well use it. It's all, every little thing is thought about. That's why it feels so lived in. They've got a good art direction team. I think a better one than people give it credit for. Give them credit for. What am I doing? I'm like trying to read chat and I'm like collecting the bowgun ammo. I think most normies aren't even on the console. They're on mobile. Well, yeah, that's why they're trying to make a gacha game. That's why there's a gacha game coming. The sequel to hit new series Monster Hunter World. Exactly. That's the vibe. Most people who played Witcher 3 never finished it. The story, word of mouth, made the game popular and it sold well. Hey, yeah, there you go. Remember 3 different platypus monsters concept in the art books we got before Tetranodon. Yep. You know that there was supposed to be a bear monster very early, like in all of the design books, you can see like a bear type monster, but it never showed up in Gen 1 or 2, and there's so much concept art for it. And eventually I think it became Arzros, Lagombi, and Volvidon. You can kind of see some of the design language. Oh, cool, okay. Oh no. My cat. The maps in Monster Hunter is the star of the show. I think that the overall world setting is the star of the show. So that includes the monsters and the maps and the world building. Because, frankly, yeah, the story is pretty irrelevant. It's mostly just the vibe of the overall setting. But usually they'll put in a story in order to keep normies engaged. Because, yeah, I totally get it. The die-hard Monster Hunter fans usually are like, okay, well, we're just here for the gameplay, for the immersive aspect of the gameplay, and to play with friends, and but how do you trick someone into getting into Monster Hunter? Well, the fastest way is literally to give them a decent story to play, and that is enough to trick people into being like, oh, Monster Hunter is a fun, oh, wait a minute, it's a really deep and complicated system. Maybe I should actually give more hours and play some of the older titles. Oh, actually, no. Capcom doesn't want players playing the older titles. They only want players playing the new titles. Because if they wanted people playing the older titles, they would have ported them already. They don't care. They just want us playing the new ones, which is fair. They make more money that way. That was a total waste. So I'll probably do this quest, and then depending on how I'm feeling, maybe one more. Or I might just call it. But if you guys had any last topics that maybe I missed, maybe you asked a question earlier and you were like, oh, Jacob, can you talk about this? Or if there's something that like maybe you want further elaboration on, now is the time. I got a friend to play because Zynoger looked cool. That's cool. It was really hard to convince a lot of my friends to play Monster Hunter. Well, a couple of my friends. Because the game is complicated. It's really complicated. And they're like, oh, I wanna understand why you love this game so much, Jacob. And I'm like, all right. But it's a lot. It's not easy. I've seen people. I have like one friend who he's a Dark Souls guy. He loves the Souls games. He saw gameplay of Monster Hunter and thought it was a Souls-like, which is hilarious. But he went in and he played it like it was a Souls-like, and as soon as the story was finished, he thought the game was over. Like, as soon as he got credits, he was like, alright, that's done, and he just turned the game off, and he never played it ever again. I missed the Gossarog part. Why don't you like him? I think he's fine. Like, he's a high mid. I definitely don't hate him. I just think that he suffers from being a portable team monster. And that if he was put into a mainline game, they would give him a nice, decent redesign. Give me this. I think a Gossarog redesign in Wilds would be cool. I don't know. I really am. I'm trying to think like how many portable fifth, like how many Rise monsters are gonna be in Wilds. So if you let's look at previous titles, right? So Monster Hunter 3. How many monsters from Freedom Unite were in the game? Like, Freedom Unite newcomers. Like, nothing. Nothing. So then I think, okay, what about Monster Hunter 4? How many portable third newcomers were in Monster Hunter 4? And that'd be Zynoger, and Brute Tigrex, Lagombi. Am I missing any? Oh, no. I think it's just those three, right? I think it's just those three. So then I think about World. How many, you know, Generations Ultimate monsters were in World? If we count Iceborne, Glavenus. Right? Yeah. So it's very rare. It is very rare for a portable monster to end up in the next mainline game immediately after. Monster 4 was the exception with Zynoger, Lagombi, and Brute Tigrex. I'm really curious how they would translate a monster like Rakna and Kanaki to a game like Wilds if they wanted to do that. I have a feeling that the only Rise monsters we would see would be Flagship-esque monsters, or just more of the portable team Flagship monsters in general. Like, we would much sooner see Zynoger. Oh, I was so close! Don't do that, Sam Trios. You're a bad shark. I didn't get enough sleep last night. Challenge is not to prioritize the story over the world itself, or to sacrifice consistency and theme to make more appealing stories. So many series lose what made them special because of that. I think that's what was happening with World. They focused on the wrong... The problem was the story in World did not complement... The story in Monster Hunter World did not complement the game world of Monster Hunter very well. And that's why when we played it, especially for me, it felt very inconsistent to what I understood from Monster Hunter. Wilds does not feel that way. Wilds feels like I do trust that this feels in line with what Monster Hunter's values are. And I think it's because we're investigating a forbidden land, and there's a kid with like trauma, PTSD regarding a monster, and he wants to destroy the monster even though the guild is like, we can't. It's an endangered animal. This is the last of its kind. We have to study it because it makes no sense to let it die. Like, if there's still one alive, then how is it alive if it should be extinct? Are there more? Zamtrios just die? The Golombi just killed Zamtrios. I need these ice crystals, so leave me alone. Well, it seems to be more focused on unique skeletons, not going to be a lot of generic dragon types in Elder class. Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking that's the case. But also, mainline titles tend to introduce a lot of new skeletons anyway. Actually, they've always introduced fresh new skeletons every time. Monster 2 was the crabs and the elder dragons, and the monkeys. Monster 3 was the leviathan and brute wyverns. Monster 4 was the amphibians, the Gormagala skeleton, Nursilla, Celtis, like the new bug skeleton. Najarella, the snake skeleton. So we already know there's gonna be there's like a new hexapod or octopus. Well, it's not an octopus because it will probably have 6 legs. There's a new like cephalopod, that's the word. There's a new cephalopod skeleton that's coming in Wilds, and we will likely see more than one. I don't think it'll just be the one monster. It's probably not going to be just one octopus monster. The black flame is probably just one of multiple. Oh yeah, what did World introduce? World introduced the Fanged. They focus more on Fanged wyverns with their skeletons. I think that's it though. It was mostly because they had to redo a lot of skeletons from scratch. They had to adjust the flying wyvern and skeleton, which applies to bird wyvern as well. Rise was very unique. Rise introduced a lot of genuinely new. Almost all of its new monsters were practically new skeletons, which was neat. I think it was a good direction. It helps make them all unique. I haven't played the World's demo, but you keep praising it. Really do hope it proves you right. Monster strays further from its roots. It'll be a slippery slope. Main reason for not playing is it was abysmal performance on PC. Did it just not play? Did it just not work for you? The unfortunate thing is, like, people will need an upgrade. The good news is, they straight up said, like, well, they're not going to do another beta. I have a feeling that they were going to do another beta. Okay, this is my conspiracy theory. My conspiracy theory is that they were absolutely going to do another beta. There is evidence that they were going to do another beta. They're not doing another beta. Come on, hit, 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 hit. Are you kidding me? Why was I facing that way? They're not going to do another beta because of how bad the performance issues were and how much they've already changed the game. So betas are developed like more than 6 months in advance. This beta is probably a year old. Almost a year old. They've probably changed so much. And they're like, okay, the only thing we're really doing with this beta is we're just stress testing multiplayer. Which is what they did. A huge part of the issue of performance was the multiplayer. If you play offline, your performance goes up tremendously. That was something that was proven. The other thing, they have straight up said, like, hey, we are going to fix that. They said it in that community update that, like, oh, come on, I missed. Random thought, where is Rathalos and the other potential returning Apex monsters going to fit in the wild? Seems like they're going to be only newcomers Apexes. Well, maybe we'll be lucky and they'll make them all high rank. Because if you have, like, the new monsters be low rank Apexes, you could have the old monsters be high rank Apexes. So that way they don't interrupt one another. Because we know Rathalos is in the game, right? So, like, what if, in the volcanic map... Well, no, Rathalos probably wouldn't be there, because it's like an oil map. Rathalos will probably show up in the forest, so maybe after you beat Uthduna, and you enter high rank, maybe that's when you fight Rathalos. Rathalos was... In Monster Hunter 2, Rathalos was, he wasn't high rank exclusive, but he was, like, way at the end of the game. Like, you don't fight Rathalos until, like, well after the final boss. So they might do that again. Maybe that's why they haven't shown off Rathalos so far. Yeah, I have a feeling that they were going to... They had always planned to do another beta. That was the plan. But things just changed. And they're at this point, they're like, nope. Nope, nope. Like, the game is so different. They do not want any more bad press. Because if they have any more... like... okay, the polygon death that occurred... Like, I saw that one cutscene, like, the opening cutscene of the game... And the Ace Lancer, and he looks like he's been, like, burnt and sent through, like, a nuclear bomb. Like, it was so bad. They probably saw that and were like, no, we cannot have, like, the internet saying that this is what the game looks like. And they're like, we gotta fix this now. We cannot put that beta back out. And they're probably doing lots of, like, deep performance things. And it's like, at that point, why bother making a new version of the beta if it's its own string, right? Because game coding is not that simple. They had developed that beta separately to function separately. Like, it has its own code and its own game start, game end, right? Compared to the regular Monster Hunter. Because when you boot up that game, you boot up with already a bunch of items and things, and there's a bunch of stuff that's been modified, so you can fight all these monsters like Ray Dow, which I don't think will be necessarily possible in the full game. Like, yeah, it was its own version of Monster Hunter Wilds. Like, they're not gonna update that version alongside the main version to make them match. That makes no sense. They're just gonna be like, whatever, who cares? We stress tested multiplayer. It was a travesty. We're gonna do it better, so when the full game comes out, there will be no issues. Can you use the HD texture pack? You can use the HD texture pack. I don't believe I'm using it. And that's just because I don't really like the look of it. A lot of it was AI upscaled, and I feel that AI upscaled just does not look good. It tends to look kind of gross. Yeah. Hope Black Flame is an elder. I don't think the Black Flame is an elder. I think that we genuinely are probably getting a new skeleton, and they're probably going to do more with it. They wouldn't put that much effort into making a new skeleton and not do anything with it. Unless it's Monster Hunter Rise, because I guess they did that from Rise. Acnosom skeleton definitely wasn't reused. Almadron, Almadron skeletons were used for Magma Almadron, so. Najarala. Okay, this will be the last one, I think. We'll do one more quest. We'll hunt Najarala in the Primal Forest. Or is it Primal Jungle? I forget. One, two. Ooh, let's use a voucher. They did show off Rathian. She was in the Scarlet Forest. They did. That did happen. I don't think Narkarkos will be reclassified. I don't think that they're even gonna bring back Narkarkos. A lot of final bosses in a lot of these games just don't return unless they're a Black Dragon. Black Dragons, I think, are like the one example of monsters that do return. They said in they've already said in interviews that they're not focusing on Elder Dragons with this title as much as they did in the last one. Which, for a base game, is okay. I'm okay with the base game, as long as the expansion or the updates have Elder Dragons. Or if there's some secret Elder Dragons at the end of the game, that would be nice. That's what I would prefer. Because Elder Dragons mean a lot to me, as I said earlier when I did the tier list. No, okay. Najarala was a skeleton that I think it is impossible to bring it to 5th gen. This is a skeleton that only really works in flat maps. Because I don't think it could work in a... Najarala was cool, for sure. Not my favorite fight. For this reason. It's really cool music, though. And sound effects. Like, this map's music I really like. That monkey is going to poop on me. People really hated Rise for having one Elder on launch. Yeah, well, it just didn't have much in terms of an end game. That was the issue. It didn't have an end game. There was nothing. Almost all of the monsters were fought in low rank, in easy mode, and then I guess you can fight them again in high rank. I guess. Oh no, I'm good. You think the final boss will be an Elder? I don't know. I have no idea. I mean, it's pretty safe to assume it will probably be an Elder because they have never done a game where the final boss is not an Elder. Tall Caw doesn't count. Thoughts on tackling the equal dragon weapon in future games? So I made a video on it, but obviously I'm not opposed to equal dragon weapon, but I think that it needs to be tackled in a way that works for the story. Like it really should be viewed as as a travesty. Like, it is something that should have never been made. It should not be hyped up as this cool thing. It should be this sad, disgusting, disgraceful... Like, it should feel like... You should almost feel bad for it. You're like, oh, this thing is horrible. And then it should just fall apart and die on its own. And you're like, oh, like, how far are humans willing to go? And then the obviously the lesson is, like, yeah, like, we don't have to make... We don't have to... Like, there should be a limit to... I guess... extorting our will or pushing our will upon nature. Like, the will of humanity is pretty strong, and we like to do a lot of stuff in order to make our own lives, you know, easier. So in this case, it's like, okay, what if we made a weapon that was equal to a dragon? It makes sense that they would do that, but the question should be, should you do that? And that's what the game should explore. I don't want it to be this, like, oh, super hyped, this is the new final boss, it's super hype, and then you fight it like 40 times because there's like 70 equal dragon weapons, and then the hunters are like, that was so cool. Like, that would be horrible. Like, that is not how you do that story at all. I wouldn't even really want to fight it. I'd rather just want to watch it just kind of just die on its own. It does something, but it fails at it, and you're like, oh, this is horrible and sinful and evil. What do you want the final boss to be? A wilds? Oh, the equal dragon weapon? No, I don't really care. It could be anything. Where did he go? Maybe area 3 or 8? I don't know. They could do anything for a final boss. It's probably gonna be an elder dragon, but as long as it's not like an I don't want it to be like, it's ending the world. We gotta save the world from ending. I don't want that. I don't need that. I want something that really makes me think, you know? Like, I want a monster or an elder dragon that's like, why is this here, and why am I doing this? Like I did with Cedius or Lunastra. I really liked those fights because I felt like there was something more to it. There was something more meaningful to that experience. I think it was being surrounded by the ancient ruins of a previous civilization and being like, well, what is the end here? What is the end goal? Like, what am I achieving? Where does Najarella go? Not in Area 1, is he? Didn't they make the Equal Dragon Weapon canon? We've never seen the Equal Dragon Weapon in-game. We've never, ever had a piece of dialogue that said it was canon. There was one book that's supposedly written in-universe, but again, it's not... It was never been written in the game. There's supposedly one book that in the one book it reuses an abandoned concept art, and the abandoned concept art is the Equal Dragon Weapon. And it basically reuses it, and it says, this is a myth. This is a story that is told within the guild. It could be true. In other words, it's literally just set dressing nonsense. Just, it's only for that book. It's to get people to buy that book and be like, oh, look at this. This is so cool. It doesn't mean anything. There's a huge difference between like that book existing And again, this is from like Gen 1 too. Like, I think it's from Gen 2. It's a very, very long time ago. We don't even know if that book is still considered canon at all. It's the even like the ecology books, they constantly like retcon and change stuff. The only way for it to be like, what I'm trying to say is that there's a difference between some random Japanese printed material that reuses someone's funny little blurb for a concept of an idea for a monster, just recycles it for cheap content, versus in the game you physically see the equal dragon weapon and a character's like, that's the equal dragon weapon from Legend. Like, that's never happened, so I don't really consider it canon. Like, I think people are like, oh, it was said in this one book. That doesn't mean anything until it like actually physically appears and someone points at it and says that's the equal dragon weapon. It didn't happen. It's not real. And again, I'm not necessarily opposed to the idea. I think the idea could be really, really well done. You could have a great lesson about humanity's hubris and our, how much we desire to push our will upon nature. It's a great story. Wonderful story. You can really expand on Monster Hunter's mythology and its lessons. It's not what they're doing, this franchise. Please don't move. There we go. Nice. True question is, why is messing with nature a sin? I mean, we understand it from a meta perspective, but how would the people of Monster come to understand that? For them, it's just a better chance to fight back. It was licensed at Capcom because someone made a resin kit at Wonderfest. Yes, of course it's licensed by Capcom because it was their concept art. But it happens all the time, where people will make, like, garage kits. It doesn't mean it's canon. It just means that they own the concept art. Again, there's a huge difference between, hey, guys, we own this concept art, unused concept art for something that does not appear in the game, versus, oh my goodness, that's the equal dragon weapon, and it's depicted in-game, and a character points at it and says, this is the equal dragon weapon. That's never happened. They've never even talked about it. And the equal dragon weapon was depicted in 2 separate books. I need to clarify. It was first depicted in the concept art book. It was also depicted in the first encyclopedia from Monster Hunter. It was in 2 separate books. In the concept art book, it is just a concept art. In the encyclopedia, it is reworked as as just like, just a little blurb. But it was literally recycled. It's just recycled content for the sake of being recycled. Because they have to fill up a book with something, and they have to make it sound in universe. But again, the content could easily just be retconned. I don't think it, yeah. I have seen the one interview where the Rise producers talk about it. They mention that, originally... not originally, that, the Japanese audience mentions it all the time. They ask them about it, and they say, like, oh, it's a neat idea. We could maybe explore it later. Which, I feel like that says a lot. I feel like that just says, like, they're not against the idea of the equal dragon weapon. This was a video interview. I saw it going around because someone translated it, and basically they say, like, yeah, there was, sometimes people bring up the a weapon that was equal to dragons and the Great Dragon War. That's a neat idea. We might consider it in the future, but a lot of our old concept art gets reused in one way or another, which is a very producer answer. Like, it's a very like not answer. It's basically like, I don't know, whatever. Maybe. And they do that all the time. I think it means nothing. Pin message says I must tell you you're wrong, so you're wrong. Oh, damn it. I'm fascinated by the ancient civilization. I always like the Artian armor set. Can you tell me a bit more about that, Jacob? I think we'll ever see them or remnants thereof. I think Wilds is absolutely going to be dealing with the ancient civilization. We're probably going to see, like, the story is probably going to be about, like, the remnants of the ancient civilization and the feats that they accomplished despite being destroyed. I'm dead certain that Wilds is going to explore this, and it's going to make a lot of people upset. I think it's probably going to make Gaijin upset because he doesn't like when they talk about this. He doesn't even like the Equal Dragon weapon. But and there's lots of people in the community that think it's stupid. But I think if it's handled really well, it would only benefit the world building, only benefit the community, and our understand, like, it would just benefit this series if it was done well. I don't really know much about the Artian armor set, frankly. I mean, it's just whatever's written in game. Whatever they have written is pretty much it. And a lot of that's just flavor text, right? It was written by someone on the team that was like, oh, it'd be cool if we added this, because, you know, they're hired to do that. They're like, oh, can you write something for this cool armor set that I designed? And like, yeah, cool, some cool lore. It means nothing. Until, again, there's a character in game that points at it and says, that's the Artian armor. It comes from, like, a lot of the armor set descriptions are actually, I mean, they're just nonsense, right? Like, I think the Ukanlos armor set, the Ukanlos weapons talk about how they're, like, ritualistic items, and it's like, no, they're not. They were just forged in this forgery by this old lady. It just happened. That does not mean that they were ritualistic items. Maybe in the past, maybe they're based off like an old blueprint, but it's all just flavor text. I thought it was kind of odd they didn't license it for over a decade. No, it's because no one had 3D printers a decade ago. Now everyone has 3D printers, and someone was like, "Oh, how about I just do it now?" Because again, it's a fan-made garage kit. It's not like an official Capcom product. It's a product that Capcom licensed the permissions to use the concept art. Because again, I'm sure it's also popular in Japan. Like, I'm sure if they brought it up in an interview, obviously there's people in Japan also talking about it, right? What do you think about the relic weapons in Monster 4 Ultimate? Like, in terms of lore, or like in terms of sorry, I'm not even playing the game. I'm just reading this because I don't plan on doing another quest. So I'm just gonna wrap this up. In terms of lore, I think it's just kind of in line with the rest of Monster Hunter. In terms of like gameplay, the relic weapons are cool. I would be okay with relic weapons returning, frankly. It's because they're not really meta. They're all kind of lame. I think like the best weapons in Monster 4 are not the relic weapons. Long question with long answer, but what do you think is the strongest and weakest monster of every class, not counting? Okay. You know what? Let's do it. That's a crazy question. Alright, let's start with herbivores. Strongest is Laranov. Weakest is Mosswine. Easy. Bam. What's next? The bugs. Strongest is a Taka. The weakest is, well, technically like a fly, because all bugs are in that category. Bam. Crabs. The strongest Shengaoran. Easy. No, Takan Zazumi. Zazuma. Yeah, probably. No. Yeah. No. I don't know. Who cares? Weakest is the crab that's it's not here. The crab that you get served in Monster Freedom Unite when you order a meal. The strongest bird wyvern is... Okay, we don't include Frontier. You know, let's just not include Frontier at all. Yangaruga. Weakest bird wyvern is that bird wyvern you can capture in Monster World, like the Pteryx. Okay, brute wyvern. The best is... Everyone's leaving the call. Like, I mean, the chat. This sucks. Where are you with the tier list? Oh, I finished it. I finished the tier list. You think Kelby is weaker than Mossline? No. What? We finished the tier list. You'll have to go back and watch it. Do I still have it? I wonder if I still have it open. I totally don't even have it open. I do have it saved. I did save it. I could show it off again. Now you got me thinking about, like, what's the weakest brute wyvern? Rompapolo. Rompapolo is the weakest brute wyvern. The strongest brute wyvern is... No, it's probably not Savage Devil Joe. It's probably Raging Brachydios. Best, yeah, brute wyvern. Or... No, Abiorogu's Frontier. We're not counting Frontier. Hellblade Glavenus might be able... no, Raging Brachydios. Raging Brachydios. This is a silly question. It goes on for way too long. Way too long. Where's the... I want to get the tier list I made, so I can show it one last time. Yeah, I think it's this. Yeah, here it is. So this is my final tier list. Showed off one last time. So the very top, these are my absolute favorites. So like my top 3 are Lagiacrus, Kieran, Leovelos. Akantor is also tied for number 3 alongside Leovelos. If you get the joke, you get the joke. So technically Akantor is my number 3. A lot of the other ones are kind of here and there. They kind of all mix together. Obviously, we haven't even fought Lala Barina, so I think it's not really fair to have it in my absolute favorites, but I think she's incredible. Great monster. The next tier... The next tier is monsters that I just think are cool. Like, I would like if they returned in future games, but they don't necessarily need to. The ones at the top, I need it in a game. If they're not in the game, then the game roster sucks. This is... I think that they're awesome. And so there's a good variety here. But obviously what people want to see is the ones that I don't like. So these are mid. Doesn't mean I hate them. It just means that, like, they're not exactly my favorite. And a lot of them are variants and subspecies. Yeah, and then moving on, these are monsters I definitely don't like. Some frontier monsters. Lots of, again, it's just like the Apexes and Risens from Rise that I just don't really care for. I don't like Barioth, as many people know. And then these are stuff from Frontier that, and Online and Explore that I have not fought, but I think look cool. And then these are monsters from the other spin-offs that I have not fought, but I feel like I would hate, so I'm not even gonna... they're already in... I think they're dumb. Yeah! Where's... Yeah. Would Kestodon count? Is Kestodon a brute wyvern? Or is it an herbivore? Kestodon is officially classified as a brute. Oh, okay, then Kestodon would be the lowest. Yeah, Kestodon would be definitely lower than Rompapolo. Thought you hated Raidou. I don't think I ever said I hated Raidou. I was upset that they were adding another Thunder monster because my two favorite monsters are Thunder monsters, and so every time they add a new Thunder monster, same thing with Tobi Gadachi. Every time they add a new Thunder monster, I'm like, guys, no, No, please, just put Legiacrus and Kieran in the game instead. We don't need another Thunder Monster, please. The Risen Elders are the best Elders. I think they're ugly. I really do. I don't know. To me, it's like, okay, let's say you made a beautiful painting, right? You made a beautiful painting. You put it on display, and everyone's like, I really like that painting. That painting, it's called Camellios. And then someone went over and was like, you know what this needs? It needs orange paint, and then just splattered a bunch of orange paint on your beautiful painting. And then it put a light show around it. That's the Risen monsters to me. It's they just took a beautiful painting, threw a bunch of orange paint on it, put a bunch of like twinkle lights around it, and like put loud music and explosions. And they're like, isn't it better? And I'm like, no. I liked how it was before. Toby was peak though. Again, I don't hate Toby. I just, every time they add a new Thunder Monster, that means that there's less likely a chance of my favorite Thunder Monster coming back. It's very petty. That's it. I do like Raidou. I think Raidou is a fantastic monster. I really, really like that monster. It's great. Magma Almudron lower than Crystalbeard Urgan is criminal. I don't like Almudron. What was it actually lower? Yes, it was. And again, it was petty. It was because I didn't like Magma Almudron because for a second I thought it was Ignactor in the trailer, and then when he wasn't Ignactor, I was like, I hate this monster forever. Don't trick me like that, game. What's your favorite Thunder Monster? Legiacrus and Kieran. Zynogar, I do like Zynogar. I also like Rajang. You know what? You want me to do one more? I'll do one more quest, and then I'll stop. Because more people joined all of a sudden. I don't want to fight Lupombi. Oh, here we go. We'll do one more. One more, and then I'm actually stopping. It's like your expected steak, but when you cut it open, it's cake. They joined for the power scaling. So what about the rest? All right. All right. All right, let's go. I didn't eat before this quest. What about the rest? Flying wyverns. So the weakest flying wyvern, Remobra. Remobra is a flying wyvern. I will not do this reclassification nonsense. Remobra is the weakest flying wyvern. If we count wing drakes, then obviously the wing drakes would be the weakest. The strongest flying wyvern. It wouldn't be Seething Basilgeist, would it? Gravios? No, does a Cantor count? Do Cantor and Eucanlos count as flying wyverns? Because I know they're classified as flying wyverns, but is that really... You know what, sure, it's a Cantor. A Cantor at the top. Maybe Eucanlos. I don't really know. I couldn't really power scale them. Maybe Eucanlos, but like he's kind of designed only for cold maps, right? So I don't know how he would function in, let's say, like a desert. Eucanlos would probably start dying. What does Eucanlos eat? Probably eats like Cedius and other whales, right? Okay, so that's Flying Wyvern. Let's do Fanged Wyvern, right? So the weakest Fanged Wyvern is Shamos. No, Jagras. No, Shamos. Yeah, Shamos. Strongest Fanged Wyvern, Howling Zynogar. It wouldn't be Scorned Magnamalo, would it? Because that would be cringe. Oh, is it Scorned Magnamalo? No, I'm just... No, it can't be. It has to be Howling Zynogar. It's gonna be Howling Zynogar. Okay, Leviathans, right? Strongest... weakest Leviathan is Epioth, because, I mean, come on, Epioth is a Leviathan. Strongest Leviathan. That completely missed. Would it be Abyssal Lagiacrus? Or would it be Ignactor? Strongest Leviathan. This sucks, by the way. Whatever's happening in my game right now. Strongest Leviathan. It might be Abyssal Lagiacrus, maybe. Not counting variants? Oh, okay. I forgot about that. You totally said that at the beginning, and I completely disregarded that so fast. I feel like Ignactor could kill Lagiacrus, though. That's the thing. So if we're not counting any type of variant at all, then I think Ignactor is stronger than Lagiacrus. I don't even think Lagiacrus could eat Ignactor. Like, even if he wanted to, I feel like the heat organs in his belly would just burn Lagiacrus. Like, he wouldn't be able to even eat Ignactor. Meanwhile, I definitely believe Ignactor could eat Lagiacrus. That'd be some yummy crocodile right there. What's another snake wyvern? The snake wyvern. The strongest snake wyvern is Najarala. The weakest snake wyvern is Najarala. We already did crabs. We did bugs already because the tall call was at the top. Oh, octopus. Okay, the best cephalopod is currently Narcarchos. The weakest cephalopod is the those little squids in no, I think actually, would Yamasakami beat Narcarchos? I feel like Yamasakami could totally beat Narcarchos. He would just like suck him up and just suck him off. It'd be crazy. If you're not counting brute variants, then we gotta go back to brutes because Joe is stronger than Bracky. I don't believe that. I think Bracky is all hype. I mean, not Bracky, but I mean, Devil Joe is all hype. I don't think Devil Joe could actually take on Brachydios. I think Brachydios walks out the champ. Devil Joe is just a big, hungry pig. Devil Joe is like a boxing. With explosion fists. I don't know. It's like, yeah, it's like if you... Like a big hungry man versus like a boxer, and his fists explode when they impact. Like he doesn't get hurt, but like his opponent explodes when he punches him. Yeah, no, Brachydios wins that. Pigs are scary. I'm pretty sure an exploding fist beats a pig becomes bacon. Devil Joe try to eat the slime, choke on it, then die, then explode. Exactly. What other groups have I not touched yet? Is it just Elder Dragon left? Elder Dragon is obvious. Like, weakest is Kieran. Obviously. Oh, monkeys! Well, Rajang's at the top. Weakest monkey is a human. Strongest monkey is Rajang. Elder Dragons, Dalamadur is at the top. And yeah, weakest is Kieran. There you go. Hunter equals strongest monkey. Hunter is not the strongest monkey. The average human is not a monster hunter. Amphibians. Okay, let's do amphibians, right? The strongest amphibian, Zamtrios, and the weakest amphibian is Chattacog. No, the weakest amphibian is maybe this. No, the strongest amphibian is Sleep Toad. Yeah, Sleep Toad wins. Sleep Toad is the strongest amphibian. The weakest amphibian is the frog item that you pick up in order to fish out Plesioth. That's the weakest amphibian. I did the bugs. Like obviously for the spiders, right? We don't have many examples. Where do we put the scorpions? Like Akura Vashimu. Where's Akura Vashimu rank? Is Akura Vashimu... Do you guys consider that in the spider category, or do you consider that the crab category? Because he's called a crab in the original, in Frontier, but that doesn't really make any sense. No, it does. Technically, all bugs are crustaceans, but not... like all land-dwelling in insects and arachnids are technically crustaceans. Jacob getting his butt kicked. You quiet. I am though. Because they got two big green monsters. A tall call is considered a Temnoceran? Really? I thought it was considered a... Is it? Yeah. That was a complete miss. Even without the mecha, it's still too smart to be the top of its category. To not be the top. Yeah, I agree. I do agree. It also has... It just has hard scales. Like, not scales. It has like a hard exoskeleton. It definitely has a harder exoskeleton than the other ones of its category. Gammoth should be the strongest fang beast. I still think... Yeah, unfortunately Rajang kind of one-ups him. Garen Golem is pretty close. Rajang is just kind of comical. Like, it's comical biology. And that's the point. He's meant to be the Minotaur. He's meant to be a mythical creature, like the Kirin is. What's more canon, the world crossovers or Frontier Stories monsters? I do not want to answer that question. I hate that question. Don't make me answer that. Go on this whole thing before it's like, until it happens in the game or a character points at it and says that's that, it's not canon. Because I'll tell you what, right? I'll go on record and I'll say that the Monster Hunter movie is technically more canon than Frontier. Is that true? No, they're probably equal level. That's pretty ridiculous. Usually what ends up happening is canon is decided by both the audience and the author. And if the audience just chooses to not accept the Monster Hunter movie as actually happening, it just didn't happen. It never happened. We just pretend it didn't happen. It's Monster Hunter Apocrypha, is what it is. The Apache helicopter from Monster Hunter movie, top flying wyvern. I think I'm bullying the Rathian now. Nope. Counterattack. What's wrong with Behemoth being canon? All that happens is he gets sent from outer space. Doesn't mean that Final Fantasy universe is canon too. Uh-huh. It was just a fun crossover. That's all it was. Nothing more, nothing less. Cool. No, why'd you go back up there? The big weapons used in the siege hunts are canon. What? Or, oh, I get it. I get. Oh, I might be stupid. I'm like, what? What do you mean? Yeah. Poor Congalala got... Oh yeah, this poor Congalala. This game's too easy. Can you imagine, like, you're going over like the records of like the events of Monster Hunter World. Like, you work for the guild and you're going over the records of Monster Hunter World, and everything seems normal. It's like, yeah, we defeated Nergigante, we discovered Xeno'jiva, yada yada yada. Then a space alien descended down. It was more powerful than anything we'd ever seen. We somehow managed to defeat it. And then it was gone without a trace, and we never saw it ever again. You'd be like, what? What? And then it just continues like normal. And then there was the Legiana migration, and just like, wait, what was the part about the space alien that didn't match any of our science, even the Elder Dragon, that could summon meteors and change the UI? Jacob, stop. Jacob acting like Aiden when everyone clearly sees the Moogle but him. Yeah, wasn't there... Okay, so I never played the Final Fantasy crossover. I never did. So I don't know what happens in it. Out of principle, I ignored it. Is there actually a Moogle? Let's not forget Geralt coming through a portal and helping us take down the Leshen in the Ancient Forest. Yeah, look, there's some things in Monster Hunter that is just like, that was just a crossover. It's like, oh, are you gonna tell me that the like the Ace Attorney costume that you can get in Monster Hunter 3? Oh yeah, that's canon. No, it's just crossover. You're reading the guild notes, and it's like, yeah, the hunter who completed this immediately went and used the ticket to forge a costume to look like Phoenix Wright. And you're like, who is that? The Samus costume and bowgun. Oh. Yeah, I really hope they don't ever do those crossovers again. That was... I said it all the time in Ratatosker streams, but I'm like, that was a waste. That was such a waste. They could have brought in other monsters. I'll just let that happen to me. Behemoth was great. You needed to be there when it was high rank. I guess, like, if you're really into like the challenge and the multiplayer aspect of the game, like the raid aspect of the game, that would probably be really fun. I don't see any enjoyment in that. That's not why I play the game. That's why, like, Colv and Safi, I played, like, I think, like, the first couple times I did it, I was like, okay, this is fun. And then once it became a grind, I was like, I hate this. I don't like this. I've said it, I think I've said it in my videos before, but like I'm mostly playing Monster Hunter honestly for like straight up for the vibes. Like I'm playing Monster Hunter for the vibes, and if the vibes are just not right, if the vibes are off, I'm so just out of it. And the vibes are so nebulous and like impossible to describe. So it becomes difficult trying to explain this stuff to people because they're like, Jacob, what are you even talking about? What do you mean the vibes were off? I'm just saying. I don't want to fight Behemoth because Behemoth vibes are off. Vibes are weird. Not my Monster Hunter. Oops. Drop something. That's definitely... Behemoth failed the vibe check. Behemoth was awful. Nobody followed the gimmick mechanics. PlayStation user be like... Not you specific, it's people not following mechanics. I didn't even check. I should have been checking if I was getting plates. Well, that was fun. I got a couple quests in. I got my fix. The reason why they don't do very many crossovers anymore, especially outside of Capcom, is because they've gotten more and more expensive. Things were a lot cheaper when it was just on a 3DS. Now it's way more expensive. This is the same reason why just in general, like, music licensing has gotten so much worse, and some of your favorite things are just like losing the music. It was a lot easier even 10 years ago, but it's licensing costs. That's what they've said. That's what community managers have declared. They said the reason why they don't do very many crossovers anymore is licensing issues. A lot of the crossovers actually in the first couple gens were like, there was a lot of just Shonen Jump crossovers, and that's the stuff I miss because I know that those probably were cheaper. But it's just not worthwhile, I think, in even today. Like, it's things have just changed. That being said, where's the Shonen Jump crossovers, guys? Like, what's that about? You know, I'm seeing Senran Kagura get crossovers with To Love Ru. It's a horrible example. if any of you knows what either of those things are, you're like, ugh, Jacob. Okay. Okay. Let's go to the J cam. All right. I don't need to let's play some chill music. All right, everybody. Thanks for coming out. That'll be it. I really, really appreciate you all being here. I hope you guys have a great Happy New Year. Have a great just 2025, you know. I hope you have a great night tonight if it's not 2025 yet. If you're, you know, living in North America or South America or Hawaii, wherever you are, hope it's fun and stay safe. Next year is Wilds. You know, I'll try to cover as much information as I can as soon as it comes. But as of right now, they've been kind of quiet. So maybe they're waiting until January, mid-January. Give us another trailer. I don't know when I'll stream next, but stay tuned for my Lego. I got Nibble Snarf. Lego Nibble Snarf on the way. You'll have instructions and everything. So thanks for coming out. All right. Bye-bye. End it.